Okay, guys, we are live. So for those listening at home, welcome to the Dungeon Musings YouTube channel. My name is Kevin Madison, and I will be your friendly, what am I going to be? Your Revolution Master, I guess. Because today we are playing a very special one-shot using Pathfinder, Paizo Publishing's outstanding Pathfinder 2nd Edition fantasy RPG to play a very special one-shot in a science fantasy, space opera, Decopunk, decolonial one-shot that we're calling Stellar Revolt, the History of Victors. And with me today are the very kind volunteers who agreed to sign up for this session. This session is in support of the SOS Children's Villages International Charity, the same charity that we always support through our Heroes Save Villages campaign. If over the course of this session you find that you're enjoying yourself and you would like to make a donation, you can find a link down below to the Dungeon Musings, to the Heroes Save Villages campaign. All donations that go through that link go directly to SOS Children's Villages International. None of it goes to the channel or any other middleman. It just goes to them, and for every $25 that you donate, you'll get a chance to win one of the grand prizes or one of the other great prizes in our next charity raffle, which will be in December of 2022. We are doing something a little different for this session as well too, and because it is a unique setting and because we're sort of jumping in, we have stolen a idea from a lot of other space opera type settings. And we've decided to have some players who have a better understanding of what the hell's going on in the session and the setting, and we have one player who is playing our audience insert who has no idea of what's going on and what's happening. So we have kept some of our players separate from one another, which means as I'm asking them to do their introductions, they will not be introducing their characters because they'll be all meeting each other over the course of play. However, let's meet the stalwart heroes who are playing today. I'll go the order I've got you guys on the screen here. I guess I'll say your name, you'll say hi, and say yes, that is my name. So kind of rob the introductions of their meat here. First up, we have Jamie.
Hello, everybody. I'm Jamie. That's it.
Should have thought this through a little better, Madison. Next up is Jeffrey.
Hey, everybody. I'm Jeff. And all I can tell you is my character is very handsome.
Yes, and Jeffrey is playing the audience stand-in. So next up is James.
I'm Edna, and tonight I'm playing James.
And last but certainly not least is David.
Hi, I'm David.
Yeah, yes, very short intros. So let's waste no time and jump back in. I kind of half-assed wrote a crawl for this, just to give some baseline for those listening at home. I will be posting all the characters and everything I put together for this session on the Dungeon Musings Discord server afterwards, so you can feel free to check out whatever I put together and what the players had afterwards. But, guys, for 10,000 years, the sovereignty has ruled... the sovereignty under the rule of the Twin Crowns has ruled the galaxy. On 1 million worlds, immortal elves and their half-blood offspring have dominated the peoples and species that populate the galaxy of the sovereignty. On each planet where life emerges, the sovereignty have erected enormous eldritch accumulators, massive quasi-terraforming apparatuses that draw in all the magical energy present on the planet by virtue of the life and transform it into a powered substance that they use to power all of the technology that allows the sovereignty and all of its citizens or subjects, depending on how you want to see it, to travel across the galaxy. We'll learn more about the particulars of the setting as we go, but what is important to set us up is that while the sovereignty, the Twin Crowns, and in particular the Sovereign Sister, have ruled for 10,000 years, things have begun to fray at the edges. There have always been rebellious systems that have sprung up, but by virtue of the magical power and the military that the sovereignty can bring to bear, most rebellions are crushed with very, very little effort and very little pomp and circumstance. Of late, however, there have been spontaneous eruptions of or seemingly spontaneous eruptions of rebellions on many different systems. The Sovereign Sister herself referred to them as stars in revolt, which gave an organizing name to this movement, the Stellar Revolt. Roughly 7 years ago, the most critical victory of the sovereignty against the Stellar Revolt was the Battle of the Rebel Stars, as the sovereignty calls it, or the massacre of, and I can't remember the name of the planet, Anderon, I think? Atheron. The massacre of Atheron, which will be important for several of our characters. It's not said what necessarily they did, but something utterly annihilated the resistance in that, and it took the wind out of the sails of the revolt in general. Our session opens, however, with a bold plan having been put in action that may turn the tide of the revolt, or the struggle, in favor of the revolt and against the sovereignty. But our scene opens with really the most dramatic of openings, an alarm clock going off. And what we see is a young Ravani man who is played by Jeffrey. So Jeff, your room, as you wake up, is a very, to call it a room is really, not giving proper credence to certain closets. You have a single bed in here. You have a place where you can eat, read, whatever, do whatever things that you may be doing as a pastime. The alarm that goes off, it is a rattling sound, and the appearance of the room itself, once he clicks on this Arcanatech powered light, it kind of sparks to life. It really looks like the interior of some kind of food tin more than a place where someone might live. Everything seems to be made out of old and rusted metal. The two things that set out in here is there is one small, very sad looking plant that sits on his desk, and there is one small little terrarium next to it in which there is a tiny little, it looks like a combination of like salamander and some kind of fungal thing. There's a long, like a kind of narrow body, but then with several sprouts on the top of the head. You hear kind of a bang, 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 the sound of a hand hitting a cheap metal door, and there's a voice coming from outside, which you know is your uncle. It's Uncle Duac.
Come on, boy. You can't sleep your life away. We've got earning to do.
Yeah, I'm up. And you see him pulling his work clothes over his...
You can hear him through the door. The ceilings on these doors are terrible, particularly bad in the wintertime. But in the summertime, it just provides poor insulation. You can hear him muttering,
"Yeah, you're up. Of course you're up. You're taking your time to get out here. Gonna have my paid doctor again."
So what do we see as Luwak? You had a dream, and it's a fleeting one, but this is a fairly common problem for you. You wake up with a little bit of a headache, a little bit of a dream. What do you do before you head out the door?
I think you just see him sort of at his little sink or whatever form of water he's got. It's like splashing water on his face.
It takes about a minute or so for it to finally the water to get going. Rust comes out first from the dirty pipes, and you can hear Uncle Duac.
Who are you trying to look pretty for?
I'm just getting yesterday's dirt off my face.
Well, it's just making place for today's dirt.
Then you see him sort of tie up his hair like he's got in the image there. Neil opens the door.
And
fine, I'm ready. Let's go.
What you see is Uncle Duac. He likewise is Ravani man. And he says, "Well, you're ready then. Can we go?" And what you see as you're stepping out, you realize that your little place must be like one of hundreds, if not thousands, in the side of this very, very large building. And there is a kind of scaffolding outside. What you see is the panoramic view of a wonderful view of the city of Brika. We would see in our film version of this, there is some white lettering that comes up, the city of Brica on the planet of Zalazo. And I can put that in chat for you. I think I gave it in a background thing, but assuming you're not memorizing my bullshit emails, let's put that in here. Oh, no, Zalazo, not Zalaxo. So what we know about Luwak is that you are, like your uncle, employed by the Zeph Corporation to work in a mine just on the outskirts of Brica. And you're running late, not surprisingly. What do you think your morning routine is with Uncle Duek? Do you guys grab like we've talked about the setting beforehand, but the setting is, I like the phrase, I stumbled upon it only when prepping it, the Decopunk setting. So you can think of like a kind of quasi like diesel punk or steampunk type setting, but by way of the Art Deco aesthetic. So Star Wars meets BioShock, kind of.
Yeah.
What do you guys do on the way there? You're going to have to catch a train to get out to the outskirts of the city. You certainly don't own your own personal transportation.
Yeah. I think that Luwak is a bit of a daydreamer. He's probably just, looking out at the city and lost in his own thoughts the whole time. Probably just following his uncle as the way of like navigating.
Sure.
More than like paying much attention, right?
So I think that maybe, would I be correct in thinking that we would see you focus more on the din of the city rather than your uncle's natterings as he's walking along?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He's probably yapping to me and I'm, typical, yeah, nah kind of answers. But like, really, I don't know. Looking at the ships and the buildings and the
you see things going by, and there is something curious that you see as you step out. Let's get some dice rolling here. Why don't you give us a quick society check, please?
Okay. Oh,
Was that nat one?
you rolled 20.
Not great. Okay. You do have a hero point. You want to spend a hero point, or are you?
No, I think this is just a good example of how lost he is in his own thoughts right now.
Well, this is okay. So maybe he's not in his own. So then, what I think happens is Duek, or Uncle Duek, I should say, he hits you.
Yeah.
And says,
Oh, look at that. What do you suppose that means?
and you look up, and let me give you the illustration here. What you can see drifting kind of like high enough to be semi-obscured by the by the clouds and the fog that sort of hangs over Brica. But drifting along this is this enormous here we go, is one of the battleships of the Sovereignty. Now, the planet of Zalazo is located on the in the outer marches, or the border marches, I should say. So this is well outside of the normal place where you would see the presence of the Sovereignty's military all the time. But and there is a, like every planet in the Sovereignty, you have a elf governor, and you have the offspring of the governor, his family, and others that rule the city or the planet. But they generally don't have a substantial, obvious presence like this.
Right. I don't know. It's strange, Uncle, but I'm sure it's bad news for somebody.
Well, let's just hope it's not bad news for production. Come on.
So you
Nothing
guys catch
ever
the,
is.
The train. We would see a montage of you waiting at the station with a crush of working class people, transporting out, and then you guys get to the mining site. Once you get dropped off at the station, you guys are making your way towards it. Like any mine, there are security procedures that are in place there, but generally speaking, Zalazo's not exactly the center of the galaxy, so it's usually pretty lax and you're able to get in. Today, however, there are a couple of unusual things. What you can see walking outside of there are... Oops, that's not a handout. That's a picture. Where is it? Oh, and I can add a new handout. there are always heavy equipment that is made use of when you are mining, but this is something that you've never seen before, and this is an enormous sovereignty walker.
Oh.
And standing alongside this thing you've seen them before, but it seems like there are dozens of sovereignty troopers along here too, complete with their scanning, or their, what do you call it, their like audio visual equipment and their lethal arc blasters. They seem to be conducting a bit more of an intensive search here. And you hear Uncle Duek curse. And why don't you tell us, what's a typical Ravani curse, Jeff?
What would they curse? Maybe they kind of curse technology. Or like, so like that. So like some kind of machine or something. So it's like...
Okay, so
it's like cursing the toaster,
Yeah. Bastards bolts. Oh. Yeah. So he stops and he's like, oh, and you can see that as the people are making their way in towards the mine, there is a great deal more attention that is being placed here. IDs are being checked, and they are checking for not only IDs but for the union certification. And like, this is not something that is typical for the thing. And Uncle Duek, fortunately, it's the mine's security that is doing this, not the sovereignty, which means it's people you know for one, and also they're generally not that smart.
Right.
So Uncle Duek suddenly kind of slows down. You've been following him, and you almost bump into him. It's like, bastards bolts. Boy, get a distraction for them. I gotta find a different way in.
You think they're looking for you?
It's not. Don't ask questions. Just do it, boy.
Whatever.
So he kind of sneaks in, positions behind you. Normally, he's the one going in, and his name is Mimic. Is the human who's checking the cards, and how do you want to approach this? How do you want to bamboozle this guy, or knock him down, or what do you want to do? What's the distraction?
Yeah, I think the distraction is just start up a conversation about something that I know he's really into.
Okay.
Whether it's, sports or,
hoverbike racing is a big
hoverbike
thing.
Racing. Exactly. So it's just like, start talking about the latest hoverbike race, and maybe I know enough that I can talk about who won or something.
Sure.
A local guy won or something, and it's pretty exciting.
Are you thinking deception then?
Yeah. So sort of like a highly like a lot of hand movements and a lot of distracting storytelling, right? Like really draws attention.
Yep. Sorry, knocking down my fly swatter. Would you give us a deception check then, please? DC's gonna be 14.
All right. I'm not very good at this.
Those are the best rolls. 4. That's 10 points less. That would be a critical failure. Would you like to spend a hero point?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay.
Wow. All right. Okay. If you mark it on the character,
it's the blue. It's the green bar. If you do it on the token, it'll update on your character sheet.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
All right, let's try better than that.
Nice. With a +1 from you picking a topic that he actually loves, it's a near thing. Like, I think as you're talking to Mimic, he's like, "Oh yeah, did you see the one last night too?" They had, oh boy, because in this setting there is a version of, picture like a kind of like grainy sepia colored video screen, but in a hollow display. That's what, like, kind of a like a poorly tuned, like 30s or 40s TV, but a hologram, a Star Wars style hologram. That's what you would be watching. And he's like, "Oh, did you see that thing? Did you?" And when he cut him off, oh! And I think there's just enough of a distraction so Uncle Duek is able to sort of slip past and get himself into the mine. You can see he's making a very quick beeline to two other friends of yours from work. One of those is a halfling named Benji. And then it is also, where's Benji's partner here? Oh, I gotta load a handout. Benji's partner, Bucket. Unsurprisingly, Benji is substantially shorter than you or than any Ravani. And this is Bucket. But Bucket is substantially taller than any Ravani. He stands about 8 feet tall, and Benji stands only about maybe 3.5. They're having cigarettes, and they pass one over to Uncle Duak as he comes in. What do you do, Luke?
I think once I'm sort of past security, I will make my way over there to just like, say good morning, but also like, what was that all about, Uncle?
It's nothing.
Benji shakes his head.
So much extra security. What's going
Here
on
at
with
the
this?
mine? Why? Who cares about this dirty old place?
Like, we don't need, we don't have enough of a reminder of the sovereignty. And you see Benji points over, and towering over the center of town is effectively, imagine like kind of a cross between a ziggurat and like the big atmosphere processor from Aliens, the big dome, or like any atomic plant. That's what the Eldritch Accumulator is. It's an enormous thing that draws in all the magical power from a planet and then converts it into a usable form. Benji shakes his head. How you doing, kid?
I'm doing okay.
Yeah?
Yeah, the headache's fading now. Almost ready for work, I guess.
How's that mudslug of yours?
Still kicking.
Uncle Duek shakes his head. Full to waste rations on it, but... Anyway, and you can hear a whistle goes, and you guys are having to head off to work. Work will be assigned, and then you need to get on with your day.
So is it like a machinery mine? Is it like, are we operating machinery, or are we manually
You are
digging?
operating Arcanotech drills. A lot of the stuff, because of the high value and the delicacy of what you're working with, it involves a lot of stopping, scanning, and then drilling in carefully to collect stuff. So it's very, very labor-intensive stuff, and it's also because of the ubiquity of hover technology in here, you're able to basically have a massive shaft going down and then just drill out sideways as much as you want. There is also like a safety kind of catch around the side, so if there are any failures, then people will get caught. That is, of course, unless the safety netting fails, in which case, then, well, widows are pretty cheap to buy off, so... we cut to you at work, and you've got this like elaborate, it's a combination of like an arc kind of drilling and a scanner device, so to make sure you're sort of working your way towards the right thing. And you're working away on this, and you don't realize that you have someone is at your side. It's sort of like, I don't know if it's because you're lost in work or you're daydreaming or whatnot, but Bucket
for sure
is standing at your side. Look!
Oh.
In his digitized voice.
Yeah.
Look! Your uncle! Come quick!
Oh, okay.
So
I'll turn follow him.
And he's sprinting down this mine shaft.
Oh, okay.
And as
So
he
I'll
gets
start
towards
running,
yeah, you quickly realize he's heading towards the central shaft, and what you can hear as you're getting closer is the sound of someone crying out in pain.
Oh.
And does not take you. It's weird because you haven't heard it from him before, but it's Uncle Duak.
Yeah. Okay.
Get me down! He yells out, and you race to the edge, and what you basically get to is the walkway or the gangplank that leads along the one of the central parts of the mining shaft, the deepest part. And you look up and you see that there is something has clearly gone very, very wrong, and your uncle is hanging from the bottom of a stopped like elevator lift or like the kind of thing that would bring people up and down within here. It looks like there's some kind of failure or jam or something that's happened because there's some sparks coming out from the top. But the way your uncle has fallen is he's managed to catch one of his legs and then bend it over backwards. Ooh. So he's hanging down from it. If his leg breaks or if the thing fails, he's going to fall down about 2 miles.
Yeah.
What do you do?
Do we have anything like rope or safety cables or something like that? I think he would grab that and actually start climbing or lowering himself down.
Why don't you give us, I think it'll be about, first off, everyone gets a hero point. I know the other guys don't have your tokens yet, but you will keep track. You got 2 right now. So you get another hero point there, Log. What do we see as you're going to give us an athletics check in a moment here, but what do we see as you sort of get your stuff together?
Yeah, he's sort of, I think he would be doing it quickly. Like normally, you're supposed to put this harness thing on, connect it all up. He's probably just like taking the cable and winching it around his waist and just like a quick clip and attaching it to the whatever their little harness thing, the hook on the wall.
He's probably about like maybe about like 80 feet up from where you are. And
he's up.
Oh yeah, he's up from where you are.
Okay, yeah.
So
then I would start trying to climb the I'm assuming there's like some kind of metal structure or something that's
if you're going on the outside, you're going to be able to do that. It's dangerous, but why don't you give us an athletics check, please?
All right. Hey, something I'm good at.
Holy smoke. Very close. And actually, I'll give you a +2 because you've got the gear as well. You are 1 shy of a critical success on that. So what do we see as you leap out and begin kind of clambering up towards your uncle?
Yeah, like I think he's just absolutely racing up.
Okay. You can hear people, like there's people shouting like, no, careful, quick, get him, go. Like the attention of the entire mine is here. And you can hear one foreman saying, that's not covered. So you managed to reach your uncle within with a roll that good, and you're sort of hanging on the side, and you can see like there's like a metal. There must be something that some other mechanism grabs onto, but there's like a little slat where there's a metal bar that then is connected to the actual lift itself, and he's managed to fall and get his leg in part of it, and then fall the rest of his body over the other. It's a horrific break, and you're surprised it's only the fact of his like Ravani toughness that it's still actually on his body.
Yeah, and you're saying basically as soon as I pull his leg out or dislodge it, the whole thing's going to crash down.
It looks like he's that this thing is malfunctioning, so it may also, you're going to have to be careful when you extricate him. What do you think?
So what I would do is I'm going to remove the like sort of safety cable or whatever that I had around myself.
Yeah.
And I'm going to sort of loop it around, something tough that's nearby, like a sturdy attachment point.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to loop it around my uncle so that like, if I can get it out and the elevator falls, he'll be hanging there hopefully by this sort of cable. So
sure. And the way it is right now, like if that thing gives way, you think you've secured him now, but what will happen is if the thing falls, it'll yank his leg off. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what do you, and he's like, no, I can't lose it, boy.
Okay. So then once he's secure enough that I think that he won't fall, now I'm going to try and figure out how to sort of push his leg back through or lift the elevator just enough.
So you're looking at this, and then you realize as well, you can hear Benji saying, boy, how can we help? And Benji and Bucket are about 1 level down from you right now, not far away.
We need to take some tension off the weight of the elevator.
Benji says, all right, will do. And he says, talks to Bucket, and you see Bucket with those big grabbing hands kind of pulls itself out and moves itself up underneath the lift and sort of wedges itself in there to prevent the thing from falling. And as it shakes, your uncle is shaking on his busted leg, and he's
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
So then I think once that's like that, I'm going to try and bend his leg back and push it through the and just like, this is gonna hurt like hell, and he's sort of gonna like dislodge it from the.
This is because I got you up early, isn't it?
Go ahead and give us. Well, what are you thinking here? Athletics is to just power it through and get it out. Medicine is maybe to try and get it out without doing further damage to the knee. I think acrobatics maybe if you're trying to just finesse it to like twist it just such.
I mean, I think I'll use medicine. It's a little weaker, but I think that he would try to preserve his uncle's leg. He needs it for work. He needs it for his life. If he's crippled, we're crippled, so to speak. So
Yeah. Sure.
I think I would do my best to.
Why don't you give us a medicine check? Unfortunately, yeah, it's not the first time you've had to, take care of your own things.
Oh, thank you, Roll20.
Would you like to spend a hero point?
Yes, I would like to try and save my uncle's leg.
Okay.
I'm not going to have any hero points this whole game. All right, here we go. Come on, Roll20.
Here we go. There you go.
Better.
Okay. So it's painful, but you're able to get him out. And as soon as he's out and sort of hanging free, the whole mind is just like, yeah, kind of cheering. What do you do next?
Well, now I need to figure out a way. Does the elevator fall once his legs out?
No, but with him out, Bucket has it in place.
Right, Bucket's holding it.
Yeah.
I think it's like a matter of trying to use this cable or whatever that I brought to try and lower him down to a level where we can sort of set him down now.
Sure. I think you don't have to roll for that. You're lowering him down now. He gets down one level, and then Benji is able to sort of pull him in and get him down. How do you want to go down and join them, or a normal way, or are you going to clamber down to get to them?
I think he's okay enough that if there's like another safe route, I wouldn't necessarily just continue to climb now, completely free climbing.
You scamper over the scaffolding, and to a lot of congratulatory backpats from other miners. They're just like, ah. You make your way down to where your uncle is, and basically as soon as you're free, Bucket will pull itself free of it, and then this thing breaks loose and falls down, and you hear a as it you lose track of it. It hits something else, sparks fly up, and it falls down the full length of the shaft.
Yeah.
When you and there's a bunch of hubbub going on right now, and it sounds like there are whistles of overseers who are trying to force everyone to get back to work here. And when you get down, you have a chance to see his leg is in tatters. There's barely tendons holding this thing on. And you can hear him and Benji are talking a bit. And Benji looks up at you and says to Uncle Dubak, just hold on. He walks over to you and says, boy, listen, we need to get him out of here quietly. He didn't keep up his union dues. And you know precisely what that means is, for one, it means he's gotten absolutely no medical coverage whatsoever.
Right.
And two, because if he's caught working without it too, they will fine him and probably imprison him as well.
Right, like this is bad.
It's exceptionally bad. You can pay out of pocket for this, but and the sovereignty's approved healers, they can certainly heal. Magic is definitely a thing if you've got the money, but there's no fucking way that you can afford to have his leg repaired.
Right.
So put us in Luak's mindset right now. What is he thinking?
Well, I mean, in the backstory thing you gave me, you had mentioned that we're like extremely poor, but that Luak had been saving for some kind of lifelong dream to sort of get out of this mine.
What is it he's been saving towards?
Maybe he was gonna open like some kind of a shop, like maybe a pet store, maybe a plant store, like, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
like some kind
absolutely.
of a small business of, and I think it's just like in his mind, it's just sort of this beautiful vision that he had, that he's been building up over time, right? And I think he just sees it all crumbling away, and sort of the pet store, the interior of the pet store, sort of turning from the beauty that it is into like piles of coins.
Yeah.
And then the coins are like being sucked up by the sort of medical industry of trying to save his uncle. Like he's just thinking like, I'm forced to do this.
Let me throw one more observation in too. Uncle Dueck is one of the ones who has helped you along with this stuff.
Well, exactly. I think he probably let his union fees lapse because he was trying to help me save.
Yeah.
And so...
so what are you thinking?
Yeah, that this money, we're going to have to spend everything we have to try and save his leg.
So Benji he gives you a studied look, and he says, if we can get him out of here, I can give you a name of someone else who might help. And
that would be amazing.
You sort of know what he's talking about, because you've heard, I don't think you're familiar with any of them, but he's talked about the sovereignty calls them, I guess one thing to say, so because the Eldritch Accumulators pull all the magic in, it means that absent any other factor, you can't work magic on any planet that has an Eldritch Accumulator. One way to get around that is to have the sovereignty seal. And that is something that basically allows you to short circuit or draw on the ambient power and cast it. It's an approved way that mages and druids and priests and whatnot that serve the sovereignty or pay licenses to the sovereignty are able to actually work magics.
Okay.
The other way to do it is through pirate charms. Pirate charms are things that basically hack the available magical power and allow you to operate them. They're often very unstable. They're extremely illegal. And those who make use of magic, like illicit magic, either by virtue of a pirate charm or from stealing a sovereign seal, they're called malefactors by the sovereignty, and they are known as outlaw mages by others. What Benji refers to is probably an outlaw mage. They work in the shadows, but sometimes will do things for cheap if they're, if they are more benevolently inclined. How do you feel about that?
Absolutely. I'm okay with that. I don't have a problem. I don't necessarily... I feel like a typical sort of worker class person, like the rich are always holding us down, and especially the sovereignty with their control of the magic. So, if we can find a cheap way around that, I'm all for it.
I didn't say it was necessarily cheap, but cheaper than what the sovereignty will charge, for sure. Here.
And he gives you instructions. And I think what we can do is cut to you on the train now, thinking about this, heading back towards the city itself. He's given you the name of a bakery, a halfling-run bakery. And it's said that you need to give some kind of, secret message at the back. Tell them Benji sent you. Yeah. And they'll let you in, and that's where the malefactor or outlaw mage is said to run their clinic. Now, pirate charms can be everything from like small-sized little baubles that you carry around to large-scale apparatuses that allow magic to operate within it. So what you're being sent into, I don't know. But what do you think you tell Uncle Dueck in order to get yourself there? To get him there, more to the point. He's very up against the idea of you spending your savings to fix his leg because of his mistake.
Right. Well, I think I would just be telling him, like, look, there's someone here who can help us and hopefully not cost us all our credits.
I think tell us a little bit about your relationship with Uncle Dueck. Like, is it the kind of the noisy one who you can win around, or are you kind of having to physically force him? Like, fine, walk on your own, dummy.
Yeah, like, I think it's more like I'm sort of forcing him. Like, he's on one leg and It's maybe even a bit of a wrestle in a few spots, but he realizes he can't really stop me, essentially.
So you guys are sitting on the train, not talking to one another, and then we see
he's in a huff right now.
We hear the train pulling away as you guys are getting down from from this one platform, and you're helping him along. He's got a makeshift kind of crutch that he's got, but you're carrying both, like your backpack, his backpack, that you bring back and forth to work, and you're walking towards. You can still see on the train itself, on the streets, and through the skies, you can hear tons of sovereignty troops, which again is very unusual. You make your way up towards this bakery, and you get in, and you can see it's exclusively halfling staff there, but, well, there's about 80% halfling staff, and there's a couple of humans, there's one automaton as well, a little thing that you think it might be like a baker or like an oven with legs, but the automatons come in a wide variety of different things. As you walk in, this smiling woman looks up at you. Oh, and hello there, dearie. What can I get for you?
I sort of indicate to my uncle's leg, who I'm sort of probably supporting him.
Oh, did someone take a tumble?
A bad one.
Oh, a bad one. Perhaps something, you know what always makes me feel better, is a lovely lemon tart.
Well, we were hoping for something a little more powerful.
Oh, powerful.
I believe that I was to say that Benji sent me.
The look on her face changes. She looks down at Uncle Duek's leg, looks around.
Well, we don't have that anything up front, but perhaps I could show you something out back then. Something special that would speak to Ravani palates. Come on, dearie, and watch your step. There's some butter spilled on the floor.
So she leads the two of you into the back, and you see there's an enormous freezer that's been, well, there's like a walk-in freezer probably here too, but there's also a large fridge. She walks back, and like everyone's sort of bustling around. No one spares you two a second look whatsoever, in spite of how out of place you look. And she walks you over to the fridge. She reaches to the side, and there's two hidden clasps she hits, and the thing kind of pulls back, and you see that there is a small entrance, and then a set of so there's a small entrance, and then there is a whole second building behind, and if you can picture like a waiting room, but a really full and really sad looking waiting room at the saddest walk-in clinic you can imagine.
Yeah,
that's what you're seeing in there.
Coins only, dear. You've got twins with you?
Referring to the gold coin, the twin crowns that are the currency of the realm.
Do I have coins?
Yep. I think you've probably stopped by to get everything you had saved.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And I'll probably tap the bag. It's a little leather pouch or something that's...
Yep.
Oh, good. We don't take credit. I hope you feel better. I hope you feel better soon, dearie.
She says, tapping Uncle Duek, and he kind of... So it is a bit of a wait in the clinic. Uncle Duek is muttering more so than wanting to have a conversation. But eventually you're brought in. You can see people are going in, coming out at a fairly regular basis. And then someone leads you in to the... a halfling comes out. And you can see that he's dressed like... If you picture kind of like Davy Crockett, but without the coonskin cap, so like leathers, like lots of natural fibers and things. There are like things made from teeth and natural nuts and whatnot on his jewelry. He has like tawny blonde hair. Halflings is tricky to judge their age sometimes, but he's probably in like middle age, a little past, and. He looks over and says at you, Luak, and says, I'll see you two now. That kind of accoutrement is really unusual, especially in a city. It's the equivalent of like, imagine someone wearing a full First Nations, leather outfit in the middle of, downtown city.
And I think I would be staring at it and like staring at the details and
Sure, yeah, it's really, and it looks like this thing is clearly handmade. There's stitching in it. There's like detailing, and it looks like there's a language that seems vaguely. It's very strange. So you and Uncle Dueck are brought in, and you can see that inside this room there is massive metal apparatuses that have been built into the walls, almost like if you picture like a dynamo or like a transformer or something. Imagine standing in the center of something like that.
Right.
It's like no normal room here. And he says, "Please sit on the table."
And I'll help my uncle up there.
Is it just the leg then?
Just as you see.
And Uncle Dueck spouts out, "You want it to be worse?" And the man looks over and he says, "Dueck and Lewak?"
Yeah, that's correct.
My name's Wyndham. Now, let's see what we can do here. He walks over, and you see that there is a small automaton who he's working with, and another halfling. And they sort of get this little station. There's a lot of switches that are thrown, sparks fly, and then there is kind of a electric bluish current that runs up each of the corners of the room, and there is a rush that hits the room, and that hits you. I'd like you to give us a fortitude save, please.
Ooh. Where's it? Oh, there it is.
I think it's in the middle of the first page.
Yeah, I think I found it.
The room spins and you are out. You sort of, the next thing you can see is it's you and Uncle Dueck standing over you. And this halfling looks pretty tall before you realize, oh, I'm on the ground.
Yeah.
And are you? He's up. He'll be okay. Are you okay?
What was that?
That. And he looks over at Dueck, and Dueck sort of shakes his head. Have you? You've never been tested for capacity with magic?
Tested? No.
When one finds themselves in, and he sort of gestures, and there's this like, you can see these glowing like motes of, it's almost like little like puffballs of power, or puffballs of plants being blown away, in a wind that come up in a magical environment the first time. It can be overwhelming for the senses. And Dueck says, "He's no mage. Just do your job, fix my leg." And he's... the halfling puts his hand out to try and help you up.
Yeah, I'll take his hand.
Okay, and your help up. I'll see to your uncle, and then perhaps we could talk later.
Sure, whatever. Fix his leg.
Okay. So he goes over, and he moves his hands, and then speaks a couple of words, brings his hands around your uncle's leg, and there is a greenish glow, a soft greenish gold glow that sort of goes around it. And your uncle's like, oh, not in pain, but in like discomfort.
Yeah.
And you can see the exposed limb is beginning to knit back together as he gestures around it. And you're so like caught up in the sight of it that you don't realize just how quick it's done. He says, "And there you are." And like it took him 6 seconds to do this.
I think I just like without thinking, like reach out and touch the sort of where the wound was on my
So
uncle's leg. Yeah.
Uncle Dueck kind of like, "Hey!" And he hits your hand. What do you? And the Wyndham says, it's quite safe to stand, please.
Like, step back and give him some room.
Uncle Duet gets up, kneels down. Oh. He looks at you, Luwak. It's fixed.
Amazing.
Oh, but the cost. And Wyndham looks up and says, Luwak is your nephew?
Yes.
Luwak, I have a deal. If you come back at another time, today's services will be free.
I think you see sort of in his mind just the reverse of the pet store dream crumbling as the coins sort of reassemble themselves into his little storefront.
Yeah.
He says, "You got it."
Good. And you can hear Uncle Duek muttering, "Nothing comes for free." But without much more, he says, "Well, I have many other patients to see. If you could." And he heads over to go and talk to someone else, clearly excited about something, and leaves you guys to leave. Uncle Duek kind of looks down and says, "What do you make of that, then?"
It's amazing.
Let's go. Perhaps we can still get a half shift in. And he makes his way over, opens the door, and walks out. What do you do as you before you leave this? As soon as it powers down, it's weird. It's like you the feeling of heartbreak or crushing disappointment.
Yeah.
There's a flash of that hits you, and you don't know why. As soon as the power goes off.
I think he just turns and looks back at sort of the room, the apparatus, the medicine man.
Okay. And he says, "Come by on the weekend."
He just sort of nods his head.
Okay. He smiles, nods, and then you turn and walk out. And you see Uncle Dubik is already on the far side of the, kind of waiting room trying to get his way out. And he's insisting to the person there, he said we don't pay. We don't have to pay anything. It doesn't get, you have no evidence that they're trying to demand payment from him. He's just making sure they understand that they don't pay. You're walking out and you bump into someone. And let me show you this. It's weird. They're dressed in a way that is similar to what Wyndham was wearing. And only there's something really unusual about their face. So one of the things that is unusual about the setting is I mentioned that the immortal elves that run the sovereignty, they are able to they run through half elves, through the offspring. And the immortal elves can breed with anyone. Any race they come across that is a living organism, they can crossbreed with one exception: the Ravani. The elves are completely unable to breed with the Ravani. Which makes you kind of take back. This person bumps into you. They are shorter than you by about maybe 4 inches, but they are much stockier. And this is the face you see. It's unlike any Ravani you've ever seen before. Much more bestial. The jaw is much lower. This thing looks up at you. You think it's a man, but it's tough to tell, even knowing the Ravani. And it's strange. In those small, beady eyes, though, there's a moment of recognition. You've seen this person before.
Oh, pardon me.
He looks up at you, the mouth begins to open, and then nothing but blackness and a ringing in your ears and pain. Allow me to change our musical cues here. When your eyes open, you are not sure how you are alive. There is blood in your mouth. You look around the waiting room, the bakery, and everything is a smoldering ruin. Everyone is dead. Bits of bodies. There must have been some kind of massive explosion. There's a hole blown through the kitchen where once you passed all of those bakers and whatever else, there is no one. You can't hear other than the keening of a sound in your ears. You are at currently 1 hit point. It is only by virtue of your Ravani nature that you are still alive. You barely able to move yourself up when you can see there is one more survivor. And that is that other mysterious Ravani man. He looks at you. He seems even worse for wear. And past him, your uncle, blown in half.
Oh, man.
You can see there's movement out of the corner of your eye. There's a squad of sovereignty soldiers and a massive gun, some kind of arc cannon set up in front. You can see it through the ruined kitchen, through the blasted open area out into the street, and it appears that they are forcing people in. There is one man who seems to be directing them. And he is dressed like this. What do you do? They're coming. You feel like you are dead.
Yeah, I know this place to be illegal and dangerous, so I think that my thoughts are just like, get out of here.
So you try and stagger to your feet.
Yeah.
And this other Ravani looks and he sees that the cannon begins warming up again. You can see the signature blue of it. He races forward and tackles you. And as it does, there's a flash of blue energy, and once again, huge explosion. But that's not the thing that catches you, because what you feel is a horrific burning in your chest. And as this scorched, this man has taken the full brunt of it for you, pulls himself off of you. Once again, you're deaf. You cannot hear anything. You see there's a giant gaping hole in his chest. All around him, scorched and burned. You can smell his cooked flesh from where that cannon went off. And looking down at your chest, there is a seed that has implanted itself there, that seems shot through with little lines of fire. He manages to spit out one single word to you that you don't understand the meaning of. Irkmar. And at that, there's two things we need to do. One, I need to give you your proper character sheet, Jeff. And I need to give you your proper token, Jeff. And then we need to cut outside and meet our other heroes. Let me get rid of Lebak Deeb. And there you are. Jeff, I'll give you a moment to take a look at your character sheet, because outside we will find Let's see here. Let me grab the other tokens. Everyone gets another hero points. That means those who have not yet entered the scene, you will all have 3 hero points, and Jeffrey, you will have
1.
1. Yes.
Yeah.
So let me move you down here. I'll put the other tokens out. I'll try and organize these by where everyone is. All right, so what we see parked outside behind this bakery is a fairly common sight in the skies of Brika, and that is a sky cab. Where's our... There we go. So that's what your sky cap looks like, guys. The pilot sits in the top there, and then anyone else sits in the interior in the front. Why don't, I'm assuming that, David, your character is not present as of yet, but why don't James and Jamie, why don't you tell us what we see of our other 2 heroes?
Sure. So I think Mallory is a human, and she is wearing what I would say to almost be like a homemade coat that she's sort of fashioned herself to that looks almost like a costume of a captain's coat. And she is, busy kind of person who has a sort of faraway look, and is sort of kind of focused, doesn't look people in the eye all the time, is sort of always focused on something with the ship, but does kind of bark out some orders every now and then. And you would see, I think, Rakir, who would be working closely with her on the ship.
Okay, so in the sky cab, where are do you think is Mal sitting in the or Captain Mal sitting in the seat? Are they standing outside, or are you all or both in the like the passenger part of the sky cab?
I'm guessing that there's like some constant maintenance with this old craft, and so almost every time we stop, we get out and check. So
some
of the failing parts.
This is not
probably.
Yeah, this isn't your regular vessel. This is just something that you acquired after coming to Zalazo.
Yeah. So kind of maybe we have some sort of common failures. So every time we stop, we check them.
Okay.
And so I'm thinking that's where we're at right now, is just sort of doing some routine maintenance.
Okay. So you guys have been waiting as well for a sign. You've been here. There is some greater mission, but you've been waiting for a sign from inside this bakery. Rakir, why don't you tell us what we see with him?
Oh, so Rakir's watching Mallory tinkering around, but he's a fairly burly brown and black haired gnoll in the blue overalls, and with a big, huge duffel bag over his shoulder.
Okay.
And over his back. So his eyes are darting around, looking at the bakery, and what's left of it. So.
Why don't we have Captain Mal and Rakir, why don't you each give us a stealth check? Let's see how surreptitious you are. And then, David, you can tell us what the sword looks like that Captain Mal is carrying. Great roll, Rakir.
It's very, by modern standards, very archaic, like something you're more likely to be found in a museum or sort of like a collector's showcase behind a glass case. It looks very old, but it's probably in a remarkable condition, despite how almost like people making it think like, oh, this must be a replica. It can't possibly be an original because couldn't be in such good a condition if it was literally from that long ago. So it almost looks like it's fake, but a really, really good replica if it were to be a replica of a very archaic looking sword.
Am I correct in thinking, Captain Mal, or Mallory, that this is a stark contrast to the sword she wears at her belt?
Yeah, I think so. Definitely.
So it definitely looks like she's carrying around someone else's thing. And Mallory, if you could give us a stealth check as well, too, please.
Sure.
So I think you guys are puttering away on this stuff, and what you see is another one of those walkers making its way down the street, accompanied by a squad of sovereignty soldiers. And you've been waiting for about an hour for this sign to come. Where the fuck is this sign? And that's when you hear the explosion. There's a massive explosion from within this, within the what you know to be a malefactor's clinic. You guys, Sparrow, look at one another, and you know that something has gone wrong here. You were here to meet with a very critical part of this plan against the sovereignty, a key part of kickstarting the Stellar Revolt. It seems that things have gone wrong. What do you guys do?
Rakir, I haven't felt a blast like that in some time. Shall we take a closer look?
Let's head on.
Okay. So as you walk in, now to give context, the way that you sort of let Lord Cavalier Vanjal, is it Vangal or Vanjal? Vanjal. Appears, basically you just toss the sword out with the pirate charm activated, and that will allow him to manifest. Because he is a ghost. Jeffrey, David is playing a 2,000-year dead ghost.
Cool.
So the thing is that a elf ghost will most definitely draw the attention of the sovereignty. However, Vanjal, we've talked about this in the emails back and forth. He seems to be keeping some aspects of this plan close to his chest. So his presence may be needed. Do you think you summon him immediately, or do you wait until you see what's going on? With the sound of the size of the explosion, like the whole roof must have blown off as well too. Like you'd be surprised if anyone is alive in there. Never mind.
I should be at one.
No, you've actually.
Right.
That's correct now.
Oh.
Yeah, with the seed in your chest now, things have changed.
Oh, okay.
So what do you guys do? You can picture that there was a small little back door leading into the back end of the thing. You know that the bakery. You know there's supposed to be a clinic in there. And if that explosion was not some kind of mishap with the Arcanotech ovens, then the sovereignty must be on to your plan. What do you do?
Looks like it's all gone sideways, but we better go and check to see if anything to be recovered out of this. I'll yomp towards this back door.
Okay. So Rakira has sprung into action, races towards the back door. Captain Mel, what are you doing?
She will actually kind of get the if the cab is sort of ready to go, she's going to get that thing started so that it's sort of humming. And then she's going to keep an eye on Rakir to see what it is that he motions for.
Okay. So Rakir, tell us how you're going to open up this door. Are you just like walking in as if there's no problem, or do you listen first, or do you toss it in guns up in case of trouble?
I'll just yank the door open, go back against the jam, and then peer around.
Okay. So you pull it open, you look in. It is a fucking ruin in here. There is some kind of bomb or explosive that has gone off. Imagine like a missile strike in the middle of a bakery. That is the appearance. Everyone in here seems to be dead, with the exception of two groups. One is a young Ravani who seems to be sort of pulling himself up who seems to have his chest is opened, and there what looks to be a seed of some kind that has worked its way inside his skin. He looks very confused. The other group is the squad of sovereignty soldiers that are charging in, and one of them shouts out through the muffled thing, "Gun, fire!" So let's have everyone click on their token. And we're going to roll initiative. So let me get a token for our sovereignty soldiers here. There we go. Sovereignty troopers. Okay. Now, did I set these up properly? I did. Look at that. Hot damn. Stop clock. And all that. Okay, where is... Oh, my stats, though. Ah, here we go. All right, let's get ourselves a squad going here. There we go. And, okay, bottom, top left. Here we go. This will be the initiative one. Here, Captain Mal. Let's see here. Did you guys click on initiative? Oh, so I think you clicked on perception instead of initiative.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that is okay.
There we go.
15, there we go. And the only... Excellent. Everyone's in. All right. Jeffrey, you have full access to your full abilities. You have sudden and expert mastery of everything. We will fill you in on what's going on first. And Luak Deeb, you are the first one up. What you can see, Luak, is there are a squad of 6 sovereignty troopers that are beginning to march their way in, arc blasters in their hands. And there's little blue lights that come from each of the little things over their shoulders, so it's sort of lighting it up, you know, red scope style in the haze of the post-explosion. What are you doing? You got 3 actions.
Okay. I kind of think it's interesting if he just sort of like does something like cast wild shape and turns into something, just sort of like first moments of this sort of new power.
So which wild shape is? Why don't you click on it? It should display in our chat here. I can't remember how many actions that takes you. 2 actions.
It takes 2 actions.
So what is it you transform yourself into?
Probably something good for fighting. So maybe...
I think there's a list on your character.
Yeah, maybe
you got
a bear. Maybe actually a bear.
And the thing I want you to think of too, because this is a space opera science fantasy thing, feel free to combine 2 animals to make whatever you want.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
So
that makes sense.
Like a bear and an owl?
That really is playing to the crowd.
Yeah, I like it.
Okay, so you kind of transform and you find yourself a combination of bear and owl. And I'll point out, you can do that in this game at 3rd level. So
that's cool.
You still have one more action. I think at that time you hear the door bursts open and there's a gnoll there with a big fuck off cannon.
Yeah.
Now the gnoll, they are not part of the sovereignty generally. You can take one look at this overall wearing gnoll with his goggles on and whatnot and know that there's no way he's part of this.
Right, so I wouldn't attack him.
Yeah.
I think I would sort of move to a better position to strike from next turn. Like
sure,
sort of, you know, like
stalk forward to where okay. Then it is Captain Mal, what are you doing? 3 actions.
So I think the first action, she's going to catch up to Rakir.
Okay.
And try to be beside him, and then seeing the scene in the room of the blast and not knowing exactly what these troopers are up to, I think, can she ready an attack?
So rating action in Pathfinder 2, it's just you spend 2 actions to take 1 later. You bank it, so yeah. And I think you've got quick draw, so you can get your arc blaster pistol out if you like.
Yeah, that's what she'll do.
Okay, so you got that out. And what is the condition on which you want to act?
If there is anything aggressive towards Rakir or myself.
1000% you know that the sovereignty troopers are going to be... You are members of the Stellar Revolt. They want you dead. And you can see... Why don't you give us a quick perception check, too?
Okay.
Let's see, because you're coming up at a little...
Let's see.
15 is good enough. Through the haze, you can see someone standing in the back. And that is Lord Cavalier Car Kahane. Car Kahane is one of the most dangerous enforcers. Lord Cavalier is a wielder of both magic and weaponry fused into a deadly combination. The most feared inquisitors and enforcers for the Twin Crowns.
I think that would trigger then for her the notion of pulling the trigger, and so I think she wouldn't delay at that point if she saw her.
Who are you shooting at, Carcahane or one of the troopers that's closer?
I'm gonna shoot for the nearest trooper.
Go ahead. Pow! And the way I've been thinking of these, the arc blasters, is think of like a little mote of like burning magnesium flying through the air, hissing white. So you've thrown your pistol at them.
I did not mean to do that.
On your first page is the attacks, and I think there's
on the left. I got it.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
That was okay. I've made that joke I don't know how many times because of it's such an easy thing to do. So that is a solid hit. Your first shot, pow! It's only 2 points of damage, but it is enough to get the attention. Revolutionaries! They cry out. Rakir, what are you doing? Now, I'll point out with Rakir's cannon, you also have the benefit of multiple rates of fire. So you can fire, I believe, in burst fire or full auto. Let's see here. Your cannon, yep, burst fire or full auto. The benefits of those two. Burst fire is, I believe, -2 to hit, +1 dice of damage. Auto fire is -5 to hit, but +2 dice of damage. And full auto is you just pick a 10 by 10 area, and then everything in there has to make a DC save against a reflex save against your to hit bonus +5. So what are you thinking? Rakir, you got 3 actions.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
The grenade launcher. How are these guys bunched?
I think they're bunched. You could hit half of them with any one of your grenades. The benefit of the small bit of rubble they're making their way through.
Then I think some alchemist's fire would seem to be the.
Go right ahead. So make your attack roll with your, what do you call it, your grenade launcher? And then we roll the effect with your, what do you call it, whatever kinds of grenade you're using, which is on the right side of your character sheet. So to hit, 14 is a hit. Oh, no, 14 is a miss by 1. You want to spend a hero point?
I think I'll use a hero point.
Okay.
And
there you go. Like solid hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
And...
Oh, was it bottled lightning you wanted to use?
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
That works.
Okay. So you solidly hit one of them who just is shocked through as this lightning discharges on them. And the others take 1 point of damage. So let's see here. One of them is quite badly hurt. And then the others. So that was 1 action. You have 2 more actions. What would you like to do?
Now, if I fire my gun now, it counts as a second
attack. Yeah, you would use attack number 2.
Attack. Okay, we'll give it. I'll just do a regular shot at the guy I already hit.
Okay.
8
no good. Is not good enough. But you rolled a 5 though. You want to spend a hero point?
Give it one more go.
Okay. There you go. Holy shit! 11 points of damage. So yeah, you hit the one, and that's of course the one that I'm using as my initiative tracker. So I'll put him down here. So you, the first you fire, it scorches a bunch of them. You blast him, that goes right through his chest. You have 1 more action. What would you like to do?
And I will. Is there any cover I can duck to?
Yeah, absolutely.
Get behind.
You sort of kind
I
of
will
keep behind it.
Dash forward slightly, get behind some.
Yeah, you're right next to this giant
furniture.
owl bear.
Yep.
So what you can feel too, Mal, is that the sword is thrumming. The one that you carry with you, that you know what happens when you activate the the lock on this. What would you like to do?
With the sword itself right now?
Yeah, I'm trying to give you an opportunity. I don't think you didn't save any actions, right?
I would have had, I guess, one more action.
Did you want to activate the pirate charm on the sword?
I think she probably would at that point try to do something like that.
So
yeah.
I'm sort of forcing you into this thing here. So
No, it's a good call. I thought I did have one more action. So
okay, so you toss the sword, and David, why don't you tell us what it looks like as Lord Cavalier Van Gile manifests?
Yeah, the sword will fly through the air, and just before it looks like it will just clatter uselessly to the ground, will sort of stop mid-air. Sort of almost like shimmer for a moment, and then that shimmer sort of coalesces into this tall, ghostly elf figure with sort of very great poise, sort of like a fencer stance, just sort of stands there ready to engage the enemy.
And where do you
worryingly enough, wearing a very similar outfit to Lord Cavalier Carcahane.
Yes, and with that, I think what you see, Lord Van Gile, is Carcahane sees and sort of takes a step back in shock. You guys all see this, and I think because Mallory, you made your roll before. You've never seen, for one, you know what it's like when someone's like, "Uh-oh." And you've never seen or heard of Lord Cavalier Carcahane doing something like that. So, Lord Cavalier Van Gile, you have 3 actions. What would you like to do?
I will look around to see if I can see the person we were meant to pick up, if Grudak is anywhere.
Yes, you look around, and what you can see is there is someone, it's a malformed, well, I guess for one thing, there is someone here who seems to have transformed into a giant animal, a horrific but super cool combination of owl and bear. And you know that's what shapers are capable of. So it must be him.
In which case I will call out to my companions, save the bear thing.
Okay.
It is what we came for.
So that's a free action. And 1 action to seek, to look around. You still have 2 more actions.
Yep. I will point my blade. How close am I to any of the...
I think you're one action away from the Sovereignty Troopers. They're moving in with all their blasters up.
Wait, why am I asking these questions? What I will do is, I will call upon thousands of years of training.
Yep.
And my form will shimmer, and then I will dimensional assault behind one of the troopers.
Nice.
And run him through with my blade, hopefully.
Go right ahead. So I think that makes him flat-footed then, doesn't it?
I'm trying to find dimensional... There we go. It's a 1 action. I can teleport essentially half my speed. And then I just make a melee strike.
Okay. So you appear in their midst, and go ahead and swing with that ancient elven rapier or sword or whatever we called it.
An elegant weapon for simpler times.
Most definitely. Oh, solid hit. Which I guess doesn't really matter. Oh, hit one of the ones that's been injured.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whichever one would have been closest to endanger the bear.
Yep.
Would have sort of...
Did you enter... Oh, no, yeah, I don't think you can't combine that with the other. Okay, so you've cast...
No.
And is the melee strike part of that 1 action? Because I think you might have 1 more action.
Yes, I think it's part of the action.
Great, you have 1 more action then.
Teleport, yeah. And it's my focus point. Now, I think with this count as casting a spell.
Yep.
In that case, I will now activate my Arcane Cascade stance.
Nice.
And use the remaining energy to empower my blade.
Nice. Is that a reaction or is that an action?
Actually, I think that might be a reaction.
Yeah, I think it's a free thing.
No, it's 1 action.
1 action.
You use your most recent action to cast a spell or make a spell strike.
Awesome.
So, yeah,
okay.
So that will be my 3rd action.
All right. Then it is the Sovereignty Troopers' turn. I have 3 who are going to try and shoot this giant bear. Now, I think, did you get extra hit points from...
Yeah, you get 5 temporary hit points.
Oh, nice. Okay. That's great. All right. So then these things open fire. What is your AC, Jeff? I think it changes in wild shape as well.
6, so it's 19.
19. Holy shit. Okay, so I need a 13 to hit you. they're all like, this is not to play too strongly to the most recognizable space opera thing, but they shoot like stormtroopers. There's these things that are just hitting wild. They'll use a second action trying to attack you. One of them manages to connect, so you take a whopping, oh boy, I'm so sorry for this, 2 points of damage. And
Okay,
then,
so there's 3 temp hit points left.
the third action is they're going to try and back up and take more cover. Then for you, Lord Cavalier, there's one that's going to try and shoot you. There's no way that hits as well. Well, that might. Does a 17 hit you?
No, it's 19.
Nice. They're just ducking and weaving, and maybe like your sword batters one of them aside. And then the final one that's engaged with you, I think he's going to he'll take a step back and try and shoot you with his arc blaster. And 19 hits you. So it's 26 I got. Total 2 points of damage. And then his final shot, nothing. Carcahane seems stunned at this development. He does nothing this round. Luwak, what are you doing? So what's happened since you first manifested is that you've got a gnoll who's shooting these guys and right up to your side. There's a ghost elf that seems to have going out and is cutting these guys down, and there's a human woman who is blasting away, and someone said to get you out of there. What do you think Lord Van Giles' voice sounds like when he speaks?
I think it'll have to go with some sort of ghostly "save the bear," like an echo trailing after every sentence.
And there's a very distinctive accent to him. He speaks the common tongue, and the common tongue in the Sovereignty is just like a simplified form of Elvish, but he has a very, very unusual accent. Luwak, what are you doing?
I think that he sort of looks down at his uncle that's torn in half, and can he still speak in Wild Shape?
I don't think so.
No,
Because I don't think you can use spells with somatic components while you're in.
then he doesn't hear, maybe they just hear a roar, but in his mind he's saying it's these troopers who need saving, and he's gonna try and sort of rend one in half.
Maybe he tries to say that, and all you guys
hear.
hear is this growling, screeching sound as he races forward.
Yeah.
3 actions. So 1 action to get into melee. You got 2 more actions.
Yeah. So I just click this animal attack.
I think that should work.
Here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Boom. Yep. Solid hit. You batter one of them. Is that right for damage?
That doesn't seem
No.
right.
You need to add in. How much is your? Because it depends on your form that you chose.
Oh yeah. So I have a bite. With the bear, I have a bite and a claw.
Okay. What was that?
So
you
the
think?
bite is 2d8.
Okay, so give us a 2d8 roll. That felt a little weak for your. Holy shit! What does it look like as you tear this first Sovereignty Trooper apart?
Yeah, like I think it's just like, it's a very natural reaction. I think he just goes to bite him, and he doesn't even realize what kind of power this bite is going to bear down on this guy.
I guess a Wilhelm scream may be good there. Then you have 1 more action. What would you like to do?
Yeah, I think he sort of like still got this, trooper in his jaws as he turns to swipe at the one sort of right beside it.
Go right ahead.
So I hit the number 2, right?
Yes, number 2. Nat 20, baby. Okay, so that
Nice.
is. Go ahead and roll. So that should be 4 points of damage plus. Well, how much does a claw do?
1d8.
1d8.
slashing.
So that'd be 2d8 damage.
Oh my goodness.
This is the Wilhelm scream. Yeah. One of the troopers flying out and sort of clatters down next to where Carcahane is resting.
Yeah.
Then it is Captain Mal's turn. What are you doing, Captain? Let me tell you. What do you want her to be referred to as? Is it Mal, Mallory, Captain Mal, Captain Mallory, Captain Soul?
I like Captain Mal.
Captain Mal, okay.
That's good. I think Captain Mal at this point will switch to her carbine,
Okay.
and then take a aim at the nearest trooper. So probably this one here.
Okay.
All right. And
then I think the carbine can be fired in regular or burst fire. So that is... that's going to be a mess. You want to spend a hero point?
Yeah, I would.
And everyone gets a hero point, by the way, too.
Beauty.
Unless you got 3, in which case, don't be greedy. Come on. There you go. Solid hit. Pow! So that one blasts through that guy's chest. You still have one more action.
She will take aim at the next trooper.
Yep.
Who's closest to Rakir.
Okay.
And
go ahead.
And roll a 1.
You want to spend a hero point?
No. Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Why not?
Come on, big money.
Second attack.
Nat 1.
No.
Oh, it gets better. You are out of ammo. Why didn't you check the ammo on this before you went? All you need to do is spend 1 action reloading, and then you'll be fine.
Okay.
Okay. So
we're out of practice.
You know? Yeah. Rakir, what are you doing?
Rakir will burst fire on the uninjured trooper.
Okay. Go ahead. So that'd be minus 2 to hit, but you'll do 1 extra dice of damage if you hit.
Yep. So let me... Come on.
There you go. Come on, big money. Yeah. Solid hit. So 18. Holy shit. What does it look like as you blast this trooper into next week?
Yep. So I give him a good 3-round burst, and it just smacks him and blows him back through the door, through the edge of the wall, where he'd come in. So he just goes flying his flying through the air.
Okay, so I believe that's only 1 action. You still have 2 more.
And then I'll switch to the next guy and do a second burst.
Go right ahead. Oh, Jesus, why didn't you check your ammo, too? You could spend a hero point and re-roll.
Oh, well, I've got a hero point, so...
There you go. That is a hit, and, not great damage. Oh, but with burst. So, yeah, that one is down as well, too. So, Rakir just fills the ruin of the bakery with arc blaster fire. You still have 1 more action. What would you like to do?
I turn to Captain Mallory and just say... Sloppy weapon logistics, Captain. Sloppy.
Quite out of practice, Rakir.
Yes. Then it is Lord Cavalier Van Giles' turn. What are you doing?
Has Carcahane done anything? Is he still...
Carcahane has not yet. He seems so staggered back. He's probably about 50 feet back from this. If you wait to see what he does...
No, I think... while definitely torn, so the figure sort of stares off.
Yeah,
and then turns towards the bear. Yeah, the bear creature and says, "Come with us if you want to live." That ghostly, "Come with us if you want to live." And then I will start heading towards the taxi outside.
Okay, so you start racing towards the sky cap.
Yep.
Then there are no Sovereignty troopers left, but there is Carcahane. Carcahane sees this, and you can see his hand is actually very subtly trembling. But then he stops, he pulls out, or he turns and grabs a comm unit for there to be like on-planet communications and whatnot. You need kind of like a World War II style backpack radio. He grabs it from one of the troopers outside and says, "Activate Terminal Bloom." And Mal, you hear this over the radio that you have wisely tuned to the Sovereignty's network. That word means nothing to you, but Vanjal, you're sort of racing past. That you know precisely what that means. Let me just whisper this to you, and I'll leave it to you to roleplay out.
Oh, it's nothing bad.
It'll be fine. Yeah.
Always is.
So if I move back, if I hear that, I will turn towards Rakir and Captain Mal and say, "We need to get off this planet now. It will not be with us for much longer."
Okay.
The emphasis is on terminal.
Luwak, you're up next. What are you doing?
Well, I'm gonna follow this strange ghostly creature.
So you race, and I think you mentioned you wanted to see where your uncle was. He's there, and like again, he's been blown in half. Like there.
Yeah. I think that like he doesn't stop, but he does look down, and maybe there is like a tear, sort of his eyes sort of redden, and the bear sheds one tear as he sort of runs by,
screeches out, and then charges out towards the skycab. So, guys, is everyone else making their way towards the skycab?
Oh yeah.
All right.
Loping along.
Who is going to be flying this thing, and who is going to be in the passenger compartments?
I think the captain will automatically go to the controls without hesitating.
So you hop up in there. You can hear the humming of the engines as they're getting ready. They spin up. Luwak, are you staying in your form, or do you transform back?
No, I think like as soon as you see him board the cab, sort of as he's passing through the door, he would return to his sorry, what's the race called? Ravani form. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so you get in there and you hand it over, and as Rakir runs in behind you, and the ghostly figure is in first, I think Rakir, this big knoll, immediately hands you there's other weapons on your character sheet there. That he hands you those things. They've been waiting for it.
Okay. Yeah.
There you are. So then once the last, I think, Mal, as soon as you see Rakir get 1 foot onto the cab, you pick it up and begin going. What you can see overhead is there are dozens of those sovereignty battleships up in the air. And you can see almost like mosquito-like, they're beginning to disgorge some of the sovereignty fighters that you know that will be coming. But most importantly, Lord Cavalier, you make your way to one of the windows on this, and you look over, and you can see that the largest of those battleships is taking a position above the Eldritch Accumulator. What do you say?
I will sort of look at it and look around, mutter something to myself about, I told him to get something with guns. And then I will turn to, so we can sort of talk to the pilot seat, like, Captain, fly like you've never flown before, or we will not fly again.
This does have a comm unit, so Mal, if you want to get in touch with Paddlehead is back at the Rust Guppy and is getting, has the effectively the engines running here.
I don't think the captain, would normally take command well from anyone, but in this case, she would absolutely be headed in that direction, and she would get a hold of Petalhead.
Yep.
And ask that you prepare the Rust Guppy for flight.
Okay. I think. What do you think, Paddlehead, James? What do you think Paddlehead responds with? Is it sort of a Star Wars style, like bleep blorp type thing, or does he have a voice?
I think a very monotone voice.
Okay.
Is Captain.
Yeah.
It's almost a Star Trek original series computer.
Love it. All right. So somewhere back on the Rust Guppy, you can hear this little clunk, 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 clunk thing moving around, and begins to get this, the ship that seems unlikely to take flight begins wobbling and getting into the air. Would you guys all please give us a perception check? As you're racing through the air. I think it's understandable that Van Giles' mind is elsewhere. It doesn't surprise you, I guess, that Carcahane would have been sent here, but what is it? I guess, what do we see with Van Giles? As they're, you have a moment. The interior of this place is actually, notwithstanding the, Captain Mal's crazy flying, weaving through buildings and whatnot. Or around buildings, not through buildings. The interior of this is quite nice. So what do we see with Lord Cavalier Van Giles?
I think he'll be looking out towards where he last saw Carcahane, just sort of through the rubble, through the dust, through all of the sort of the commotion, and there's sort of a mixture of probably like anger/hatred. Anyone who would be good at reading faces would sort of be able to tell that underneath all of that there's a sense of loss.
Yeah. Okay.
And
So
it's just sort of for like
yeah.
You know, paths that weren't taken.
Rakir, what is going through your mind right now?
Rakir is stomping around the passenger area going, where's the gunnery position? There's got to be something other than the fare meter here.
Okay. So you're looking around, and Luwak, you're the one most out of your depth right now. What do we see with you?
I think that like it's sort of like, you know, when you're in shock, but it's sort of like fading a little to the point where now he is like, maybe he's even like actively not like weeping, but crying a little bit for his uncle. Like that's the only family he's known.
Yeah.
And just the sense of loss, like, you know, kind of hits him now that they're flying away, right? And he sort of returns to his own daydreaming, right? As he.
So I think as this is going on, Vanjal, you think with all that mix of emotion that's going through you, you hear like a soft sobbing, and for a moment you think like, have you let yourself, you know, have you lost your discipline in this? And then you realize it's not you. It's this shaper. And having dealt with these mysterious, you know, conspirators before, you've never known them to be this, for one, this young or this emotional.
I will float over to where he is sitting. Probably quite scarily, sort of looking down, floating, all elf ghost.
And there's a couple things that not only the ghost element of it too, but remember, like, elves are the ones who rule the galaxy.
Right.
And this guy's dressed like a Lord Cavalier. So I mean, he's a ghost and he's translucent, but this guy could be a contemporary of that one who was leading the troops that murdered your uncle. But he's different.
What is your name, Shaper?
Luwak. Shaper.
Not
what's a shaper? No.
There's sort of a confusion going over Vangel's face.
You hear this, what's a shaper? And like, as an engineer, you know when shit doesn't fit. So what the hell's going on here?
A scratching behind the ear here.
I look over at Rukir and back at Luwak. You just changed your shape. You are clearly a shaper. You were not expecting us?
No, nor was I expecting to become that creature back there. My anger took over. They killed my uncle.
But what happened? What triggered it? What happened before you changed?
I think it like flashes back to the thing, and he's like, they fired, and the other Ravani, he jumped in front of the blast, but something happened, and I think then I looked down to sort of where the seed was,
and it's in there still.
And he kind of looks at it, hit me, transferred to me from him. I'm not sure. Then I don't know. I just knew how to become that creature.
Did you even know about a bear owl? Or whatever it's called.
It's the off-brand one.
Yeah.
We have owlbear at home.
Yeah. I think it's a case of like he's read seen a picture in a book or something, right?
Yeah.
It's something I had seen one time. I just heard of their ferocity.
I think you dreamed about it too.
I've had strange dreams, but in the moment, it's what came to me. Who are you?
Sorry, where are my manners? It's sometimes get about myself. Lord Cavalier Vengel Ularel. Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
And you are one of them? Of the sovereigns?
No, it is rather more complicated. Let us just say our paths have diverged a very long time ago. I mean you no harm, and I hate them almost probably as much as you do right now. And these are my companions. I point towards Urkir.
So, I think you've heard of gnolls before, but it is, you know, there are a lot of the different species that tend to kind of cluster together. Gnolls are rarely found in human planets. Humans, automatons, halflings, and Ravani tend to kind of cluster together on planets. What does Rakir say as this, you know, red-eyed Ravani man looks over?
You are deeply intriguing. Not at all what I expected from our briefing. This is quite a turnout for the books. I hope you can assist us in our next stage.
Assist you in what?
Oh, we need to get off this planet. Get far away.
So
We'll tell you
that,
more once we're off.
Milwaukee, you're sort of looking back and forth with them, and because you made the highest perception check, you can hear the sound of something. And you recognize the sound of hover bikes. And outside, you can see coming from behind, these are military grade hover bikes. Allow me to show you. Sorry, not hover, arc bikes. This is what the arc bike looks like.
That's cool.
And on riding atop it is, where are they here? Sovereignty pilots. They are armed, unlike your sky cab. And they're coming in, about to open fire on you. So let's drop back into initiative. Luwak says you rolled well enough. We'll keep the same initiative as before. What do you do? These are coming in, and they have cannons on the bottom of them.
I think that I'll point out. I don't think they're letting us drive away that easily.
So he points out the side, and you can see coming in. There are two. Here, you definitely would have spotted this as well very quickly. Captain Mel, I think you're just trying to focus on piloting right now. And Van Gile, you're looking back, and you can see the battleship is almost perfectly in place to discharge its payload.
I'm pretty sure I've never been on a sky cab before, because that would be like a really expensive thing to do.
Definitely, yeah.
You know, I've always only been on the bus or whatever. So maybe I'm like, I'll use my last action to be like, do these windows open? And like tinker with the window.
Okay, so you're kind of fiddling with a window. I mean, if you want to muscle your way through it, yes, they definitely open.
Yeah.
But not like there's no lever to hit it open or whatnot. The door
Right.
can't open during flight though.
Can I speak out of turn?
Yeah, of course.
I'll say, hey, Bear Owl Man, hold my belt and open that door.
Okay.
I'll go forward, then dropping out my whopping great cannon again.
Okay. So why don't I do this? Captain Mal, do you mind acting after Bakir?
That's perfect.
Okay. Let me roll initiative for the. What level am I on here? Let me roll initiative for the Arc Bikers, and it's here 12. All right, so it's 15 total. All right, so they're gonna be well after. Oh, I can get rid of the Sovereignty Troopers because they be dead. All right, so then Luwak, you grab onto the back of Rakir, and then Rakir, what are you planning on doing?
I'm just going to lean out that window, brace myself against the door and
The wind is-
rip with a burst on one of the bikes.
Okay, so you hit the burst. Let me get a. So, what's your bonus to hit with this? Total, with everything factored in.
So I will. Well, I am.
Your cannon's like a plus 9,
8,
isn't it?
but then I'll be -2 for the burst. So.
Okay, so forgive me. I thought you were doing full auto. So a burst. Go ahead and give us an attack roll.
Okay, so it'll be -2 whatever I roll here.
Yep. Okay. Holy
24
shit!
then.
Nice. All right. So that is 15 points of damage. No, 11. 21 points of damage. Let me double check the stats here. You may have scorched one out of the air already. Holy shit. So how much did I say it was total?
So that's
21?
8, 14.
Yeah, it's... Yep. So let's see. It's 8... 11, 21.
8 plus 11. Yeah.
Yeah, so this thing is almost, it's like smoke is coming out of the side. And you can see it wobbles in the air. It's not blasted out of the air, but it does have to retreat. So you've effectively caused one of them to withdraw already. Then you have 2 more actions. One more action. One action to open the door. One action, I guess, to lean out, and maybe one action to fire. So maybe you're out of your actions.
Yeah, I'll give up.
I'm fast and loose with other people's actions. Sorry, but I'm a spendthrift. Captain Mal, what are you doing? You need to spend at least one action piloting the sucker, but basically all your starship actions you can use with this as well.
Yeah, I think she is thinking about trying to potentially bump these military bikes to try to, with the cab, knowing that she's not too worried about the condition of the cab, and she's gonna kind of use it as a weapon here.
What with your Knoll co-captain or co-pilot hanging out the door? Why not? Go ahead and give us a piloting check, please.
Okay.
So it should be under your skills. I think it's right at the bottom. Nat 20!
Yes, there we go.
Jesus! What does it look like as you destroy this thing?
So I think she sort of throws sort of the end of the cab, starts to get it to swerve, and then almost sort of hip checks this motorcycle into a building. And it explodes on impact.
Nice.
Amazing, and it's so careful that Rakir, you don't even have to make a roll to see if you're gonna fall out. It's gentle as a breeze. Now before Lord Cavalier Van Giles' turn, I'm gonna let you see that there is a little something drops out of the bottom of that battleship and lands inside the Eldritch accumulator. And with a sudden, dull kind of sound, Luwak and Van Gile, would you each give us a will save, please? As magic comes rushing back to this world. Uh-oh.
I think I'm going to spend a hero point.
Sounds good. 17, okay, good enough. And Luwak? Your will... Yep, good enough. So you're both... You can feel this wave, and it's a little dizzy. It's like standing up too fast. Right. And then as the ship kind of wobbles, what you see is the Eldritch accumulator. Imagine like, a 100-story tall, ziggurat-looking thing with all sorts of apparatus around it. It explodes out with this wild growth of vines and trees that begin tearing its way away from where the entrance is and across the surface of the city. Whole buildings are being smashed out from underneath themselves, collapsing and then consumed by this unbelievably fast-growing hedge. And from where it spreads out, you have no sign of the city underneath. This Lord Cavalier is going to happen to the entire planet. What do you say?
I will turn towards the where the pilot is and the Mal. faster. Although, of course, it sounds like faster.
There's a wave of turbulence that hits
started.
you, and then what you see, Luwak, this will be the first time you have seen this, but wobbling through the air as the skycap is getting closer to the starport, you see something. Whoa. And that is the Rust Guppy. A ship that looks like it really should not fly, but somehow does. And it is wobbling along. But and for scale, you can see at the side of the Rust Guppy, whoopsies, wrong button, Madison. At the side of the Rust Guppy, there is a platform. You can walk on that platform. So if you want to get a sense of how big this is in comparison to you or the skycap. So this thing is coming along, and Mal, you see a little, like a, what do you call it? A little sepia-colored hologram thing show up, and it is Paddlehead.
Paddlehead.
Yep. Your
Are we ready for flight?
So, he's ready.
Yeah, I will respond to Vangel as well and say that we'll exchange this cab for a proper spaceship, although the Rust Guppy is quite out of service. We'll see if she's a bit faster.
So what do you guys do to get yourself into the thing? I'm not sure that the skycap's going to fit in the hold.
Maybe she can maneuver the ship to where the passenger cab can access it more directly.
Yeah.
And then she'll park this thing somewhere else and get herself on board.
I'm not sure there's a chance of parking.
Or jump in.
This world is being consumed from
Maybe
underneath
just send it, and jump.
Okay, so what you see is there is a little platform that extends out from the side of the Guppy as it's moving along. You're in the upper atmosphere right now, so what you're seeing below is just this wave of brown that is just destroying everything in its wake. And one by one, you'll each have to give us a quick athletics check to leap over to the thing. And Mal, you'll be last, because you're going to have to do it while trying to pilot this thing.
Does she need to make any piloting check also?
I think a piloting check to
get
keep.
them.
Yeah, why don't you give us a piloting check first to keep on. Amazing.
Okay.
I'll give you. It's as if you were aiding them, so everyone's going to get +2 to their athletics check. Luwak, Rakir, and Vanjal, would you kind of give us athletics checks?
Oh.
Kev, how does my spellcasting work for my focus spells?
So as long as you have 10 minutes to refocus, you will get your focus point back. Otherwise, you use the blue bar. That is your focus point.
Oh, okay. So I used that when I wild shaped before.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So I need 10 minutes before I could do it again.
Well, you need to have take 10 minutes focusing yourself somehow.
Yeah, like that's what I mean. Like
Yeah. Okay. So then I need Rakir. No problem. Oh, Vanjal, do you want to spend hero points?
Yes.
Everyone gets a hero point incidentally as well too. Much better.
There.
So 1, 2. Luwak, would you mind giving us a athletics check, please?
Well, I was just checking to see if there was actually a spell that I would use.
Oh, okay.
Fleet step, proficiency train, ability. Oh, what? Oh, you gain a 30-foot. Oh, that just makes you faster. Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh no. Okay, I'll just.
I think you got powerful leap as your.
Oh right, I have a feat.
Yeah.
Yes, powerful leap, jump further and higher.
Okay.
Right. Okay. Sorry. I just wanted to see if there was something cool that he could do.
Yeah.
But I think I have really good, decent athletics too. So.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. So everyone else is off. Captain Mal, you can see they're on the side of the Guppy. The canopy of the skycap goes open. Your hair is whipping through the air. What are you doing?
She's gonna turn this thing around so that she has a better way to drop onto the Guppy, and she is going to orient the cab to where it just flies away as she falls onto the guppy, hopefully, and grabs a hold.
Sounds good. Why don't you give us? I'll let you make a piloting check first to try and give yourself
Okay.
the same bonus.
Okay. Let's see.
And I think
No,
we can.
that is a hero point situation, I think.
Let's see here. Oh, nat 1. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Unless you want to hit the guppy.
No, I don't. Not yet.
Oh,
we go.
amazing. So +2 to your athletics check.
Okay, she will reach out and jump towards the guppy with another one.
Oh no! Jesus.
And another hero point.
Okay.
All right. Let's do this, Mal. Come on now. Uh-oh.
Oh, but you
This
get your
is a
+2.
16.
So I think
Yeah.
because you position it, you're like, whoa, when you catch the side, you're about to slip away, and then who is it who grabs hold of Captain Mal and pulls her up?
Maybe it's Luak, actually.
Okay. And you're pulled on. Then, let me grab everyone's token here. With everyone on board and with sovereignty fighters coming in, you turn. Now, what you know, Luak, in theory, the way that interstellar travel works in the sovereignty is through something that's called elf gates. Elf gates can be, as long as you have a, what is it called? A difference engine. You can calculate the location you want to go to and come out a separate elf gate. There are ways of hacking that and working around that, but that's the most basics of travel that you understand. So let me just bring us over to this.
Kev, did you show the rust bucket or whatever?
Rust guppy? Yeah, I did, but I've got an even better one. Take a look at that beauty.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh, okay, just because I never saw it.
Oh, it was on a handout. I thought that I showed it to. Let me make sure you can see it still.
Yeah, like it's not on my list of handouts.
Let's see here.
It's okay. I just was curious.
Oh yeah, it's weird. I thought that. Sorry, Jeff. I thought that when I hit show players. So there's the rust guppy, and then here is Jeff. I'll give you this as well too. These are the stats for the rust guppy. So I think what you can see from inside, if you're looking at the scanners for the planet down below, that blue and soft white, there is a wave of brown that is just spreading out from Briac City. And the clouds themselves seem to be being pushed away by it. And as you're traveling through orbit and making your way towards the gate, there's some impressive flying by Captain Mal, Lord Cavalier Van Gile, and Paddlehead man the guns. There's concealed turrets in here, firing and keeping them away. But I think where your focus is watching down below, as in one fell swoop, the sovereignty has killed all of Zalazo. With that, everyone got their hero point for 3 o'clock. Why don't we take our mid-session break right now as you guys disappear into the Elf Gate and begin traveling towards, let's see here, the name of the destination is
Thaudagar.
Thaudagar. You are headed to a dwarf hold located inside a comet, Jeff. So we'll take our break right now, guys. Take 5 minutes, and then we'll come back and we'll have an opportunity to bring Luak up to speed and find out who the hell this is if he's not one of the Shapers. So back momentarily. All right. You guys are getting close to having another hero point, too.
That one of the benefits from the donors, the half hour.
I believe so. That's typically how I play anyway. Is I know like the recommendation is like every 45 to an hour, but I find like people make use of them quite often anyway, especially in a fight. So I don't mind giving them out a little more often. I tend to beat the shit out of players anyway, so or player characters at least. So
Yeah.
that's a small offset to that. All right. What you guys have Darren to thank for is at one point you will have some kind of mechanical issue at an inopportune time.
I'm sure our engineer would have no trouble dealing with it.
Nice. All right. So what you can picture is that having passed through the gate with the assistance of the difference engine on the Mud Guppy, you're able to calculate the destination, and this is going to a pirate point, a place that normally you are not easily able to reach. Lawak, why don't you give us a society check, please? Let's see how much you know about dwarf holds and the pirate comets. Nothing. Awesome. Okay, so we can picture that this is like whatever the actually, why don't we do this? Jamie, why don't you tell us what does the lounge on the Rust Guppy look like? It's the equivalent of like the common area on the Serenity, or like the what is it? The Sabak, not Sabak table. What's the game in that they play on the Falcon with the little monsters?
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. I mean, I would say that area is pretty industrial looking. It is certainly not meant for passengers or for comfort or creature comfort, that sort of thing. But there would be some makeshift seating. There would be some comforts around as far as a crew would need. And then I think the ship itself has probably not been serviced in a long time, so there's probably a lot of like projects that were in mid-flight that hadn't been completed that they're having to step over. So that's the way I think that the Rust Guppy looks on the passenger area.
Okay, so with
Rakil will not be happy about the suggestion. It's not well maintained.
We were caught off guard, Rakil.
You want to get space?
So, what you're able to do is, let me grab, I think I got a token for Pedalhead as well. I'll bring him over. I do, look at that. Someone did some planning at least. There we go. So here is Pedalhead. Pedalhead will be the one in charge of the. We'll kind of keep the monitoring the ship in while it's making its way through the Elf Gate, but it's going to be that sort of like day or so of time. It's effectively enough time for like a full day's rest. Is how long it takes to travel through the Elf Gates until you get to your destination. You will have your 10 minutes to get your focus points back. Lawak, what is the first thing you say to this? Because everyone else in the crew seems to know what they're doing. I guess, for one, Lord Cavalier Van Giles, is there something you wish to do with Lawak, knowing that he's not a Shaper? Are you the first one to speak, or is Lawak the first one to ask what the fuck is going on? Or is Lawak in shock for, the whole planet dying?
I think at the beginning, it's just definitely just constantly feeling like he's got to be moving out of someone's way as they're doing their job, or he's just trying to find somewhere to stand where he's not constantly in the way.
Okay.
And maybe there's even a couple times where he starts to say something, but people are still he's gonna ask a question, but people are rushing through or doing whatever it is they need to do to take off. So I'm guessing that it's probably eventually Lord Cavalier that would come talk to him or something once they have time to actually talk. But the beginning would just be a lot of should I help? No, and someone's just walking by. You meet it, and he's just sort of in the way.
Okay. So
where are we going? No one's answering him, that kind of thing.
So maybe you find, I think maybe Paddlehead was the one who takes you and gets you settled in the common area. Given that you are a Ravani, maybe you sit in Rakir's chair because it's probably the one that's the most appropriate to your size. So once you got the ship is in the Elfgate and is in transit, the other three heroes come back, and Rakir, you can see that Luwak is sitting in your chair.
So, which one of the three owl bears are you? One of you sitting in my seat.
Oh, pardon me. I think he would get up and then stand and wait for everyone to sit down and then sort of figure out where to put himself.
Very territorial, I am.
Angel just keeps floating eerily, slightly off the ground.
So, when is it that you guys tell Captain Mal that this doesn't seem to be the person you were supposed to meet up with?
I think once we're sort of in that stretch of the journey where we're past the gate, we're not, maybe not, I don't know how dangerous travel through Elfgates is, but a bit where, we've gone in.
You're pretty much good at it. Unless there's a malfunction in the trip, you're sort of, until you drop into real space again, you're fine.
Because at that stage, if we assume there's an autopilot, or Paddlehead can take it over, so it's like a crew meeting where we...
Yeah, so maybe Mal's Captain Mal's in the pilot's seat, and you see the streaking of the stars as you're passing through the elf corridor. That's when maybe Venjal can say, how do you tell Captain Mal that this is not the person we were trying to get?
I will so eerily float into the cockpit, Captain, there is a complication which even the best laid plans that are millennia old suffer from, unfortunately. It would appear we have the wrong shaper, or different shaper, but not what we were expecting. Maybe you should come and we should all have a chat.
What are you talking about? It's got to be the shaper.
Oh, he's a shaper. I'm not sure he's the shaper.
Well, there's no turning back. Let's go talk with the others.
No. Yes,
so we cut to you guys arriving in. Luwak, vacates Rakir's seat, and I'll leave it to you guys. You can role play it out.
Right. So what makes you think this is the wrong one? How many shapers can there have been in that bakery?
That is not a bad question. They are rare and old, but I mean, he was not expecting us. He's only just discovered his power this morning. His doesn't strike me as someone who's been part of our little plot since until we met him. So no offense, of course, but
no, and I can assure you I'm certainly not part of any plots that I know of.
Oh, you are now, boy. And there's a sort of a slight sternness to the elven features.
Yeah. And what might this plot be?
What all good plots are about, to overthrow the sovereigns.
His eyes probably just get super wide. Okay. And how am I going to do that?
We do not yet know.
Look at Mal and then look at Rakir. Well, maybe it's time for step 2 to be revealed. You were meant to have been given something stolen from the arcane vaults of the sovereigns themselves that can be used to turn into a weapon, which you and your fellow shapers would build for us to use.
Is it this? And he looks down again at this seed that's still embedded in him.
Does it look like anything we've seen or that Vengel has seen in his long
I think give us an
life?
arcane check. Okay, yeah, Arcana, forgive me. So you sort of, almost instinctively, because you've done it for thousands of years in past, gesture out to sort of get a measure of the arcane power of this thing, and it is almost blinding how powerful the magical emanations are from this thing. It is a source of primal power unlike the closest that you may have as a comparator is the one time when you were, this is back when you were alive more than 2,000 years ago, but it was when you were before the Sovereign's throne. That was a place where you could look at both in the real world, there was majesty to it, but also a blinding power to the Sovereign's throne. The magical, whatever this thing is, it taps into a primordial source of power unlike anything you've, encountered short of the Sovereigns themselves.
As Vengel reaches out to the power and realizes his form almost seems to solidify for a moment, as if sort of part of that magic washes into him. And then he turns to Mal and says, "I was wrong, Captain. This is exactly what we've been looking for. He is the right shaper."
That's a much better outcome, I think. Unfortunately for Zalazo, it is too late. Something has brought us all together, and we must strike the Twin Crowns.
So as context, that kind of world-killing weaponry is not something that is known to be in the Sovereign's arsenal. You can't just go around and commit genocide freely and then expect to keep ruling without substantial revolt. This is a substantial escalation in what they've been doing previously. The closest sort of devastation that they've pulled was the Battle of Rebel Stars. So I think, Mal and Rakir, you have echoes of what happened to your home system on what just happened to Zalazo.
Yeah, they annihilated our people and our planet, and they'll continue to do so, it should seem.
I will stop them.
You're the other shaper, the one who was there. He did give me one thing other than this. And that was the word Urkmar. I have no idea what it is or what it means, but maybe it means something to you.
Lord Cavalier Vangel, you can give us a check. I think it might be in the background email I sent you, but if not, you can make a history check for us.
No, there is no history, is there?
Oh, sorry, forgive me. No, it's a society. Sorry.
Society.
Irkmar is the legendary homeland that you've heard of, the homeworld of the Shapers.
It is, well, I guess our final destination, if this plan is to work. It is where we need to take the thing inside of you to be shaped into a weapon. It is, in a sense, your homeworld. Or the Shaper's homeworld. I realize yours has just suffered a terrible fate.
There was only one person on that planet that I truly loved, and they took him before they did that. I had some friends, but they were more my uncle's friends who became my friends through him. It is a great loss, but the personal loss was back in that bakery.
It is what they do. they take that which we cherish the most and turn it against us or take it from us. Just of a moment of almost pure hatred in Vengeance features.
Well,
But we have one consideration, Mal, Rorik, more so than maybe Luak. If they were aware that we were on Zelazo and were targeting the bakery where we were to meet our contact, we must assume they might know other bits of the plan, such as where we are headed now.
It should seem they have close tabs on us. Luak, we're all sorry for your uncle and your people, and we know what you're going through. Unfortunately, we need to find another place where we can get out of the eyes of those that should kill us. I don't know where that is.
So, do you, let's maybe give an opportunity so we're all on the same page so Luak knows. What is the plan here, guys?
Oh, we're supposed to go to the asteroid, the comet, and meet up with Arion, a contact that Vangel will know. And from there, we should be able to get aid to get to the Shaper's homeworld.
Okay. Sounds
Am I
simple, right?
Yeah, it's straightforward.
Okay. No problem.
Yeah.
Nothing but easy tasks for you guys in our games. Okay.
Yes, Arion has a compass that will guide us to the Shaper's homeworld.
That is
Well,
news to
that's-
Captain Mal and Rakir.
Oh. So where is this?
Arion, he's, last I heard, and it's been a while, but have it on good authority that he is in this dwarf pirate hold, that's a guard that we're heading towards. And he's been keeping something safe for me these past millennia.
So what you know, just to give you some context for the travel, normally it's between elf gates. You go from one elf gate to another elf gate. You can, if you have the coordinates for a location, which is like effectively they're kind of, the unique signature of their planet or their star, you can drop out of space from hyperspace into that. But the trouble is, unless you've got some way of activating a gate, unless there's an elf gate there, or you have something called a Starfinder, which is like a giant, kind of massive, like capital ship device that can create its own gate, you don't have a way of getting back then. So, what Van Gaal is seeming to find, or needing to find, is basically a way of navigating to get to this homeworld. The homeworld is lost. One of the troubles with one of the ways you can hide from the sovereignty is if you've got a planet that either doesn't have an elf gate or doesn't have coordinates that are well known, you're not going to find it. You're not going to stumble across it or whatever. So that's what this homeworld could be lost anywhere in the known galaxy, in the sovereignty's galaxy. And it could be, just because there's no elf gate, because it's not a known location, no one would know that it's there. Anything else you guys wish to talk about or do before you arrive at Hathaudagar?
Well, I think Luak would look at the three of them and say, well, I may not be the shaper that you were looking for, but after seeing what the sovereignty is willing to do to the innocent people of this galaxy, I'm willing to do whatever it takes to try and stop them from enacting such violence again.
Okay. And then we will see you guys drop out at Hathaudagar. Now, one of the even trickier locations to reach, it's tough to find planets that don't have known locations. It's even trickier when you've got comets that drift between systems and can be reoriented if they want to avoid predictable ellipses. And as such, dwarves, dragons, and kobolds, gnomes, they love making their homes on comets. And the only way you are able to get there is basically if someone will transmit you the location to be able to drop out, and then to leave, they will use a Starfinder to create a portal through which you can travel. What you see before you is Hathaudagar. And this place, not only does it have a growling dog on it, it also has... And this is hi. Hi, sweetie. Oh, I know. This is known to be one of the pirate havens as well. So this is going to be... The dwarves, because they can drift all over the place, it allows anyone who doesn't want to be really... have tabs kept on them by the... by the sovereignty. These kind of settlements are ideal for that kind of thing. Captain Mal, however, you've been here before. This is the kind of place where you feel very at home. You and Rakir, this is one of the places that was a major source of revenue from the since you got the Rust Guppy until the present. So, you know there's a bar that you would likely be able to find find them at. As you guys are making your way towards, or at least trying to track down Vangile's contact, Vangile, why don't you tell us how you know that you need to find the contact there, but what have you told them anything else about how willing this contact is likely to deal with you, or how difficult it's going to be to find them?
In keeping with sort of playing his cards close to his chest, Vangel would just have said that he's almost 100% certain they will be there, they can be relied upon, and Vangel will be able to find them. Okay.
Anna has her doubts. So, as you guys make your way in, what you find...
Kev.
Yeah.
As a ghost, do I heal the same way with a long rest?
Yes,
days rest
absolutely.
as the living still?
Yeah. I mean, there is... you can use spells and whatnot, but I think as what we can assume... All right. Oh, such a noisy girl. Hey? Noisy puppy. That you could treat like ghost medicine and ghost whatever. You know, there would be ghost equivalents of everything you could use to treat. So... as you drift out, okay, first thing, everyone gets a hero point. Then, what you can picture that isn't in this illustration is there's a trail of debris behind it, and there are lights all across this thing because this comet is very well populated. You hear over the kind of the intercom with this, Captain Mallory Soul, is that you again?
That's affirmative.
You have a lot of nerve coming around here again, Soul.
How could I turn my back on a smuggler's paradise?
Paradise doesn't come cheap, Captain.
Nothing does these days. What's the rate now?
It's the rate the same as it was last time. Though you didn't pay us last time, so I can understand why you might forget.
Slipped my mind. But I shall be sure to settle up with you.
That you will, or you won't be leaving here. And he transmits the coordinates for which docking bay you're going to get into, and you are able to get the guppy in here. You're trying to remember how much, you don't think you left on terrible terms last time. I picture you probably have a sliding scale of how bad things were left. And this is close to pretty good. But you may want to watch your out because you can't remember who you may still owe things to. Let me show you what the interior of Hathaudagar looks like. So you get yourself in, and this is sort of what the interior is. Imagine if there was a... You know, like how, the, what do you call it? The, not Dyson spheres, the, I can't remember what the habitats are called that have the cylinders in them. Picture that, but with this, Art Deco, skyscrapers built all the way around with these different cable-drawn vehicles that bring you all throughout, as well as, some hover vehicles sprinkled throughout the habitat. That is where you will find yourself.
Reminds me of Dark City.
Yeah. So definitely that would be in the right tone. So, are you leaving anyone on the Guppy, or are you taking Pedalhead with you?
Pedalhead should remain with the Guppy, I think.
Okay.
I think we should have a policy of keep the ship ready to go at all moments.
Yes. and I think Captain Mal would be for the others would be kind of acting like, that we're all welcome here and people should be glad to see us type of thing. But at the same time, she'll pull Rakir aside and remind him that we have debts here, so that he's aware of the fact that we're definitely due. We need to raise some money in order to leave under good terms.
Okay. So. Or Rakir will need to, sabotage the landing clamps and allow you to get out of here.
Well, yeah.
I mean, that'll be a problem with the getting the Starfinder active, but that's a second problem. So, what do you guys intend on doing from leaving the ship until getting to this this bar? It's the bar, incidentally, is called the Silver Boule.
Oh, nice!
I love it.
Anything you guys wish to do? Any plans you have in mind?
Keep an eye out for being trailed or any. Obviously, I know this place is full of suspicious types, seeing as it's Pirate Haven. But anyone that pays even, because the fact that we were sort of made on Zelazo plays on Vengeance minds. He's just going to look for anyone up, not like in the usual shaking down or sizing us up for if they can steal from us, but someone who looks like they're specifically looking for us.
Well, in these types of things too, like it's not just the location that is what the dwarves, gnomes, and kobolds make their money off of. It is also the fact that the information of who's coming and going. So you know that you're going to have eyes on you for a great deal of the time. So why don't we do this? Let's have we'll just give one round of skill checks from everybody. And I'd like you to tell us what sort of, to pick your skill, tell us narratively sort of how it's going to play into your surreptitious travels across the, across the distance of Thanagar. Thanagar's got a population of probably about 1.5 million. So it's a huge asteroid with a ton of people all crammed into the same location. So, like, for instance, you could be, if you're keeping to the shadows or taking an indirect route, that might be a stealth check. If you're just trying to play on some pre-existing knowledge, there might be a lore that you have. If you're trying to charm your way or just lie to people, that might be deception. If you just deactivate your mage lock, the pirate charm, then, actually here there is, no, magic... Magic would be active here because there's a what do you call it? It's not normally it's the presence of magic or presence of life is what sort of gives rise to the ability to cast magic safely. But there's actually they call it a hearth. I can't remember what it's called, hearth home, which is kind of like a way of supercharging magic in space and keeping it safe. Normally, if you're casting magic in space or in a place that has no life, you need to make a check, a spellcasting check, or there may be mishaps. Things that the twisted things that live in those magic poor places. Think of kind of like a less gothic or horrific version of the warp in 40K, and you're getting close to sort of the dangers of casting magic in the wide, the blackness of space. So, who's got an idea? Who wants to make a skill check?
Well, I think that Luwak would normally definitely be following these guys' lead, but just moving about a city sort of like as the workers would, or as the like everyman would, is just something that Luak has spent the last, X 20 years or whatever doing.
Yep.
So I think that he's like, maybe he sees a bus or a tram or some like, low class way of traveling the city, and he would maybe point out to them like, why don't we just take the bus, or like something that would be very sort of everyman.
Do you have is it mining lore?
I might have mining lore. Yeah, I do have mining lore.
Yeah, why don't you give us a mining lore check, please?
Here we go. Oh yeah.
Awesome. Very, very good. That's a near crit. All right, so your new crew member seems to have come up with a pretty good start to how you guys are going to get around. Who'd like to make the next check?
I think Captain Mal could potentially try to gather information about the presence of the sovereignty, and see if she could learn about any risk that we may have of being reported to the sovereignty or tracked by the sovereignty.
Sure.
So she has a discreet inquiry skill feat. I don't know if that applies.
Yep, most definitely.
Okay. I should try that.
That's also helpful if you're looking to find if you want to find the contact without giving too much away. Screen inquiry gather. So give us a amazing. That is a crit. So maybe we see, you guys are all getting off of the guppy. The guppy is positioned, in this hangar bay, and you see Mal talking to some like a pair of dwarves and a gnome, and then suddenly the dwarves and the gnome kind of break out laughing. They talk to her a little bit, and she walks back. Two things came from this. Because it's a crit, your docking fees, they'll roll it over to next time.
Great.
So you don't need to worry about that this time. And it seems so the sovereignty, they definitely have been more like trying to get in, but the dwarves have absolutely no love. And the dragons, who also help live at the heart of these things, have absolutely no love for the sovereignty. It's one of the because of the nature of interstellar travel, the sovereignty can have its grip over all the different kind of known systems, but underneath that and within it, all these freedom, all these little pockets of freedom can run, and the dwarves have absolutely no interest in giving up any of that to the sovereignty.
Excellent.
What you also would know is that they're not aligned with the Stellar Revolt, the dwarves. They have no chains on them. They have nothing to throw off, so why would they care?
All right.
Rakir or Van Gile? What do you guys have? A elf definitely will be a little bit more challenging in a dwarf hold.
Yeah, I'm thinking Vengel will see while he's loath to do it, because being trapped in the blade, it's not the greatest of experiences. He would probably recommend that Mal, activates or the pirate, or deactivates the pirate charm, whichever way, so that he's
here you just have to go back in,
banished.
Because the magic is there's enough of magic environment, so all of you guys.
In that case, I think I'll go in the blade.
So you're carrying around this ancient elven blade. So then it's down to you, Rakir. What are you thinking?
I guess, but we're looking for this Arion, right?
Yep.
And I think a null engineer should fit in quite nicely in a dwarven mining sort of setup.
Okay.
So I will. Anyway, I'm feeling a little bit thirsty, so.
Okay.
I'll
Off to
head
Silver
down
Bullet.
to
I actually
a
have.
suitable.
Here we go. I've got the dwarf hold music.
Try not to get in a fight if anyone took your seat again, Rakir.
So, Rakir, why don't you give us? I think what is that? Diplomacy?
Society? Society?
Yeah, society. Absolutely.
So.
That one, baby. You want to spend a hero point?
Well, that's what we have hero points for.
Absolutely. Don't let me down. Roll 20. Let's see those back-to-back. Holy smokes! So I think, Rakir, you've got an old friend here. while, like Captain Mal, you both have like kind of a love-hate thing. Knowing that it's kobolds and gnomes and dwarves that occupy Hathadagar, who do you think your contact is that you've got such good terms with?
I think there's a gnomish engineer who supports the mining works. And I haven't seen him in a long time.
Sure. Yeah.
He and I used to work a ship a good decade ago.
And what is it you would like extra from him?
I'm sorry?
What is it extra that you'd like from him? Do you want him to try and get you in touch with this?
Yes, I'd like to say, have you heard of... Well, after a few ales, of course, but we'll get on to the topic of why we're here. And Arion, is that a name you've ever heard of?
He says, so we can picture you're actually at the Silver Boulet at this point. You guys have all, had your drinks and whatnot. And he says, you should talk to Rufus.
Rufus?
Hey, Rufus! Rufus, come over here.
And there's a man talking to some other people. Let me show you here what Rufus looks like. Where is he? Where's that Fang Dragon? Just kidding. Here you go, guys. That is Rufus Din. Now, what you can't see in the illustration is that Rufus has very slightly pointed ears. Rufus has half-elven blood, or has elven blood in him. So he walks over, and what Captain Mal, is that elves, for some reason, elves are immortal. Unless they're killed by violence, then they live forever. But they always have a knack of being able to spot their own kind. So, like, even though there may be 100 generations difference between an elf and their, distant relative, elves have a knack for recognizing them immediately. So this guy walks over and says, "I'm sorry, what do you think the gnome's name is?"
Ribbit.
Rivet?
Ribbit.
Ribbit?
H apostrophe. Hang on.
Oh yeah, I'm going to chat. Let's see. Ribbit, okay. So he says, Rakir, here.
Rufus. This guy here has been asking about Arion.
And you can see in that roguish way, he shifts his cigarette from one side to the other, and he leans in. He's got the coat draped over his shoulders just like that. Really? And what's your business with Arion?
He's got something of ours.
Oh, forgive me.
We've been told he might be able to provide some assistance to us on our travels. For a price, of course, needless to say.
I see you've heard about him before. What is it you want to get from Arion?
Oh, directions. We hear he's quite the carrier pigeon with his ability to find places that other people can't find.
He studies your face, looks over at Luwak. Am I correct in thinking, Jeff, that Luwak's feeling a little out of his depth in this?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, he didn't even mean to blurt that out. He just...
He doesn't like you. I don't like you either. Then he sort of looks on, Rakir, would you give us a diplomacy check? Actually, first off, Luwak, give us a diplomacy check yourself.
Yeah.
Oh, honey, come on.
Diplomacy.
What are you crying for?
Oh, yeah, I'm really good at this.
It's pretty good.
Oh.
+1. So, Rakir, give us a diplomacy check.
Ooh, sorry. Ooh, yes. Yeah, what?
Nice! 20 with that. Beautiful.
Most charming null ever.
So he looks over and says, all right. Just the two of you, or Are you picturing this happening at like a table with all three of you guys?
Yeah, probably.
yes.
And Captain Mal, are you making any effort to hide Van Giles' sword?
I think she would. You know, she wouldn't want to even make anything on her stand out, including know that sword.
Give us a let's see here. I think it's trying to remember what it is for this game. I think it is.
It's like maybe thievery.
Thievery, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah. Give us a thievery check. I'm just gonna and again it's yes, I think that's okay. Yeah. So what? Are you happy with that, or you want to spend a hero point?
I'm not. I think I want to spend a hero point. Actually,
Okay.
I really don't want to call any attention to herself. So spend a point. Oh, no better.
Okay. So Rufus says there'll be an introduction fee, I imagine, right? Because I can get you in to see him. Ariane and I, we're kin. You talking to you, Rakir?
What sort of a fee are we talking?
Oh.
Us being friends as well, of course.
I'll leave it to you to judge how much it should be, which will tell us how important the question is that you're going to be asking of Ariane. He toasts up to you, takes a drink. Wait, wasn't that your drink he just drank?
I guess, since I'm not sure what... So what do you mean by he's kin? Literally? Or how long have you really
Alien
been
said, do you not
hanging
know
with him?
who you're looking for?
Well, if I knew him that well, I wouldn't be needing you to introduce me, would I?
If you think that you wouldn't need an introduction, that tells me everything I need to know about that. And I think the price of this introduction just got more valuable. But I suppose you can both pay that, though, right? He's looking back and forth between Captain Mal and Rakir.
I think Luak takes out his pouch of coins that he had from the
Yeah.
to bring to the doctor, and he throws it on the table. He says, "Is this enough?"
So it's a lot. He just tossed on the table.
Okay.
Rufus looks and kind of looks up. More than enough. And he puts his hand out, scoops it all towards him, like, that kind of like, movie poker or like pot of poker, pulled towards him. Collects everything. This will be more than enough. Half an hour.
Like, I think Luak had no idea what like the value of this stuff is. Like
half an hour. About 3 blocks down, you'll find an elevator leading down. Take that down to the 37th level. I can take you from there. He shifts that cigarette in his mouth again. Nice meeting y'all. Takes Luwak's drink, finishes that off, puts it down, and then turns and makes his way into the crowd of the bar. What do you guys wish to do between now and your meeting with Rufus? Again, Vanjal, you can see as long as the sword is on Mal. I think if Mal touches the hilt, she will be able to communicate with you, and you'll be aware of what's happening immediately around.
I think Luak looks at his companions and says, "I think I just gave him too much."
I might have suggested half now, half later, young one, but so be it. You've made an arrangement, and that is good.
Well, I don't see the future where that coin was going to buy the shop on Zalazo, as the planet is no more.
Okay. Then, anything else happen between now and when you leave to... I'm assuming you're meeting up with Rufus? Or do you want to try in a different way?
I will communicate with Vangel to make sure that he knows everything that's going on, and to check and see if he has any other inquiries that he wants to make as well, knowing that he can't interact at the moment.
No, this will do nicely. He is still here as promised. It is good.
Okay.
All right.
So, what do you guys bring with you when you go to your meeting? Or is it just what you got on your character sheet?
Yeah, I definitely don't have anything special to bring.
Okay. So you guys make your way down. It's not hard to find the elevator that he's talking about, or the lift, I guess, and then you take it down into the depths. And it seems that for whatever terraforming they did on the inside of this comet, it, like all the miasma and smoke and whatever else, smog settles kind of near the bottom of it. So the closer you are to the center of the comet, the clearer the air is, and down here it's pretty dicey. So you get out, and it's kind of like, the way London is portrayed in a lot of media. Very hard to see for a very long distance, and does not seem like there's an awful lot of people, although there's like towering structures around you guys. You're walking on you also are walking on a metal gangplank. Why don't you each give us a perception check, please? 27. Ooh. Lawak, you're the one who steps out and can see there is straight ahead, there's that Rufus fellow, but there are definitely like 6 other people down here. I think Captain Mal, you can also sense, you can't tell exactly how many there are, but you can tell that Rufus is not alone when you step out. So Rufus, you can hear his voice come up before you see him. Right on time. I like punctuality.
I think I would sort of whisper to my companions, there are others here as well.
What do you guys do?
I walk towards Rufus, and I will glare hard at him and snarl, "You better not have ratted us out."
Nothing like that, Rakir. I wouldn't do something like that to you. This is what I do. And he snaps his fingers, and there are, from each side, there's 4 dwarves in total, 1 gnome, 1 kobold, who all come out wielding arc blaster carbines of various makes and whatnot. Like, there's not a uniformity to it. And he says, "It seems that this introduction is going to be a bit more expensive than you expected. Captain Mal, would you kindly turn over that sword you've hidden on you? It is an artifact of my kin, and I don't think it's appropriate being carried around by one such as you, even outside the sovereignty's gaze."
Well, then that would interrupt the matter of my meeting. You would not take that away from me at this point, would you?
Well,
we have to just have a discussion.
It depends on how badly, I suppose, you want to see Arion. Now, I've asked once nice.
I'm gonna snarl at him. You've been more than well paid, and try and intimidate him.
Sure, yeah. Okay, with that, three of the dwarves and the kobold all kind of like take like 2 or 3 staggered steps back. An angered gnoll is not something that you want to see. That doesn't. I think it even makes Rufus sort of look back, or kind of move back a little bit, and he says, "I want no violence here, Rakir."
I think Captain Mal at this point would go ahead and act as if she were complying, but she would sort of activate the sword to bring him forward to speak at that point.
Van Jal, what do we see?
Same as last time, this sort of hovers midair for a moment and this shimmer, and then it sort of coalesces into the elf form floating.
As it does,
ever so slightly above the ground.
All the dwarves and the kobold go running off into the mist. Rakir already set the table, as it were, and this was more than enough to be like, fuck it! As this is, Rufus seems to be bringing that kind of arc scattergun up to in response to this until he sees your face, and his eyes go wide, and he just, the cigarette falls out of his mouth. Elder Father.
Child, fear not. The rapier is well cared for. Now take us to my son.
He drops to his knee and he says, "Apologies. I did not know that. I did not know it was in your possession still. Please."
That is okay. Now take us to my son so we can conclude this business. You have done well trying to protect what belongs to the family.
So, and you can hear a kind of a croaking voice from somewhere in the mist, and allow me to show you who steps out. And who steps out is about barely 3 feet tall, who looks like this. He looks up. The voice, I suppose, you hear first. "We had to try, Father." And you're tech. And this little, it looks like a kobold half-elf who walks out.
You seemed...
You did well.
I had heard you died, Father.
I did. But why did that stop a grand plan? There are things to be done. There are still things to be done.
It's been 2,000 years since you left.
It has been time, yes.
What took you so long?
There are benefits to losing the corporeal, and there are many downsides as well. I am not always in control, as to go over towards Mal. I am not always in control, and not everyone who has carried me has been so amenable to the plan. But you have done well for yourself, I hear.
If you can call hiding here. If you had not started this revolt, I would have ruled the world.
Maybe now that you had to hide and live among, once you become a ruler, you will be better at it. So what is time to one such as you?
Spoken like a father. Impose a hardship on your offspring and claim retroactively it's good for character.
I assume, all of this of course assumes you still have it.
I swore an oath to you, Father. You taught me not to take such things lightly. Pathfinder is in my care.
In which case, so Vangel's features will soften slightly as there's always like, for his ghostly shoulders, like some sort of weight is lifted. Good, then all the sacrifices might still not have been in vain. Can you take us to him?
Yes. Will you introduce your friends? And he gestures with his cane.
Oh, yes, of course. Captain Mallory Sol, Rukir, Luak. This is my son, Arian. Arian, these are my companions.
And you know that half-elves can live a long time. They're not immortal like elves are, but I'm not sure you've heard of a half-elf living 2,000 years before.
Yeah.
This elf is full of secrets.
Then come.
So after a bit of travel and a little bit of or a short what do you call it? A tram ride. He brings you into his abode, and it's basically he actually lives in a cave drilled right into the actual comet itself.
Cool.
Leads it down into it, and he brings you. The place he brings you looks like, I mean, a clutter-filled basement, more so than a place anyone would actually live.
It's around here somewhere. Hold. I'm sure I have it, Father. Hold on. One more. And... Yes. Yes, here it is.
And he points at something that where there is a tarp covering it.
I haven't touched it in 2,000 years, Father. I'm not sure if he will still function.
All of our sakes, I hope he does.
So if you pull back the tarp, what all of you guys see is partly folded up, but it is an automaton unlike any you've ever seen before. It looks like this. Both advanced, but also kind of organic and primitive, like very different from anything you've ever seen before. There is no light in it at present.
Well, switch it on,
says Arion. If you do so,
Yeah, then we'll throw towards it and
there's a glow.
do whatever needs doing.
It begins to activate in the center of this thing, and then it slowly kind of creaks and moves. Rakir, it makes your teeth grate knowing that this thing lacks for lubricant, but it eventually, in kind of a clumsy, like newborn, deer kind of thing, wobbles its way to its feet and then finally stands up. Rakir, Luwak, and Mal, you can each give us a society check to see if you have any insight into what the hell this thing is. Now, who am I missing here? Rakir, you want to give us a society check? No, you've never seen anything like this before. And Jal, as this thing comes to life, it turns and looks at you, and then it does this awkward formal bow towards you.
Glad to see you are still as I left you.
And
I have need of your information, Pathfinder.
Bows its head.
Of course, my lord. Where is it you wish to travel?
As always, given how he came to his current state, being very, very sort of, you're like, no, it's Arian, it's fine, his kin is my son. We need to fly to the homeworld of the Shapers.
I have those coordinates, Master.
Good.
Then, shall we leave? And Arion says,
So soon, Father?
There is a moment's hesitation. Well,
He laughs.
Mal, do you have unfinished business here, Mal? Rook here.
Out of curiosity, being the pilot of this journey, how far is travel to these coordinates that you have?
Pathfinder looks.
Does your vessel have a star finder?
Does not.
No, we in fact do not.
Then the trip will be short. There, the return may take generations.
I will look around at the rest of the group to see if they're okay with that.
Do we know how easy it is to acquire? Like, can this Starfinder? Can they be retrofitted onto ships, or is ours just too small to house?
It's just
a
too small,
Starfinder?
yeah. Like the amount of power
Just
required to activate, and the elf gates are just they're ancient things. So the ability to craft them seems to, you know, if the sovereignty knows how to create them, they don't do it very often. So, what do you wish to do?
Will we be far from the sovereignty then at that point?
You will be. So the thing with the sovereignty is everything is in the scope of like galactic scale. It is relative. So as long as there are elf gates, it's popping from one place to another. It's no more difficult than driving from one city to another. It's all the places that either the places that you have to go to where you do not have a elf gate or you don't have a starfinder. You're stuck traveling real space then, and even at light speed, you've got no way of accessing hyperspace then. So if there's no elf gate there, and there probably isn't, because if it's been hidden, no one's bothered to, try and find it, then you may not have a way of getting back. And unlike Van Gile, you all have finite lifespans.
The sacrifice I cannot ask of you lightly. And I think, Captain, once you've put in the coordinates, the ship can take me there. And the only one who would need to come with me is Luwak. The rest of you need not venture on this stage of the journey.
We should be far from the sovereignty's reach. Then I would not be opposed to joining you.
You will most certainly be free. Sorry, to answer you, I didn't answer your question, Jamie. Sorry. The reason I explained the ways of navigating means that if the sovereignty doesn't have a way of getting there or doesn't know how to reach that location, there's no chance of them finding it. It's even more unlikely. It's the chance of stumbling across a planet or a system in the vast, reaches of the galaxy. So it's just so long as it's a place that no one knows. It would be impossible. And magic, generally speaking, does not reach across worlds. It's not a dependable way, especially when so many worlds are shut down by eldritch accumulators, which is to say, everyone occupied by the sovereignty.
Okay, that's the assurance Captain Mao would want, is that she'd be far from her debts and threats, and so she is okay with taking that risk and taking that trip, knowing it's a one-way ticket for the most part for her.
Rakir, how do you feel about that?
Are you sure we'll find something at the other end? I'm not happy at the idea of ending up in empty space with no way back.
That's a good question. Kev, do I know anything about what state the homeworld of the ship is in? I know I have the coordinates, and I know that when we had this plan 2,000 years ago.
Yeah, the Shapers say they can communicate with the homeworld, because magical communications is not difficult, especially when you've got the access to a pirate charm, but actually translocating between the places, that's where it's very, very, very hard. And most like simple spells require you to basically shift out of out of the plane to somewhere else and then come back, and that's extraordinarily dangerous in this setting. Which is why everyone uses starships and shit like that, is because it's just that's the most convenient way of getting around.
There are shapers there who can build this weapon for us, and who would, from what I've been told, welcome us, and we would be welcome to exist there.
Now, one reasonable question.
Find others of your kind.
One reasonable question that Captain Mal, Lewak, and Rakir may have is, while the Shapers have been assisting with organizing the Stellar Revolt, you've no idea who they are. Like, to promise that they've got some kind of super weapon on this, it's reasonable for you to be questioning how the fuck that's going to happen. It's also a reasonable question of where the hell did this seed that's in Lewak come from? Anyone?
Are the others?
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to ask Vangel that question. Are the other shapers as unaware of their potential as the young one that we bring with us?
So there is a difference between the Shapers and the Ravani. The Ravani is a species, seem to be the only one that does not is not able to crossbreed with elves. Elves can breed with anybody else, except for the Ravani. Shapers are like the one that Lewak encountered, malformed or different looking Ravani. They look kind of like Ravani, but more bestial. Seen from a non-human eye, a human and a halfling and a gnome and a dwarf, for that matter, or an elf, might all kind of look the same as well. Not recognizing that they're different species, whereas the Ravani and whatever the Shapers are, likewise, may be a different species. I can tell you that the Shapers that you have met, apart from looking kind of like the Ravani, they look unlike any other species you've encountered in all of the sovereignty. So, do you take it on faith that what Vangel tells you is correct? That these mysterious Shapers will be able to do that? Or do you have any further questions of him?
To put your mind slightly at ease, I guess carried a lot of these secrets for millennia now, and we're all companions here and sworn to a single goal. The Shapers is my suspicion that they are something us elves encountered even before I was born. Tens of thousands of years ago, they were the spark that created the sovereignty, because empires do not appear in a vacuum. They have to be forged in adversity and in fire, and the Shapers were that adversity and that fire. They almost eradicated us, and we rose up, we fought back, or so the story goes. And in that uprising, the sovereigns were triumphant and united all elfdom and created what we now know as the sovereignties. But the Shapers almost could have been where the elves are now. They were powerful. From the ones I've met, are still powerful, and I believe they can do what they claim they can do. But I have not been to their homeworld. My plans were interrupted by betrayal. I once trusted where I shouldn't have.
At that, Arion says, Kahane.
I had such hope for him.
He was the one, then?
Yes. At least he had the decency to stab me in the front.
Well, he never seemed to shy from adversity.
So?
No. Unfortunately, I revealed myself to him, so I taught him well, so he might be on our tail. That is all I know about the Shapers' homeworld, Mal, Rukir, Luak.
I see.
Suspicions, hopes.
Seeing as all of us have no home to return to, and we would all like to see the pain come to the sovereignty, it should seem that the best way forward for myself is to follow you and to help build this weapon.
Well, and clearly, Irkmar is the closest thing that I have to a homeworld at this point, so a one-way journey there does not
Pathfinder's
frighten
head
me.
turns to you and says, "You know the name."
I do. It was given to me by another Ravani as his last breath.
And Rukir?
Agree.
Okay. Then, is there anything else you guys wish to do before departing Hathaudagar? Arion will ask, "Will it be 2,000 years before I see you again, Father?"
Maybe. I guess you could come with us. You have earned that much. You've looked after Pathfinder for me and kept
He
him
gestures
safe.
at the junk around him. "And give up all of this?" "No. My days are long behind me. My oath is discharged.
It is.
I wish you luck, Father. It
And are
was
you-
pleasing to see you again." And as you guys leave, you see that there is, kind of waiting outside of there is a huge community of kobolds who are sort of waiting around where he is. It has a kind of like, you would think you were leaving like a holy place if you were to a more religious type individual. It does appear that your son has a very important place within the kobold community in Hathaudagar, at the least.
It'll be sort of well, it's still so sad about the loss of obviously the 2,000 years of not seeing him and all of that. It'll be sort of as I see all of these kobolds gathered and realize sort of what he's built for himself. It'll be sort of that paternal sense of he's done well. I'm happy. There's sort of happiness in this parting.
Yeah. If you'd look closely as well, remember I mentioned that the elves can always note their kin? Dozens of them amongst the numbers here.
Good.
You realize you are walking through his family, and I guess in a way, yours. So, unless there's anything else, what we would see, is me fuck up and double post you guys.
Well, you
You guys
did
see
technical
double.
glitch.
We see, we cut back to you guys on the, what do you call it? Hi, yes, hello. We see you at the Rust Guppy once again, taking off. You get outside of Hathaudagar, and what you see is at one end, at the trailing end of it, where there are like little bits of debris that are coming from behind, little Arcanatech devices come out, and it basically creates the elf gate, or the passageway for you to pass through. It takes very little effort for Rakir to get Pathfinder hooked in to the difference engine, and you guys head off towards Irkmar. You will have some time in the downtime. Is there anything you guys wish to do while you're traveling? I don't want to worry you, but there may be a dog on board.
None of those comments, please.
I have a sensitive knoll. No, I think for Captain Mal, if she knows she's not coming back to this section of the galaxy again, maybe perhaps she's kind of rethinking her smuggling ways and smuggling days, and thinking what the future will hold. So I think she's kind of looking around the ship and taking stock of what she's bringing along and what her future might be, and that she might eventually become a legitimate captain again, would be her dream. So that would be her. Yep.
What about Rakir, Lawak, or Vanjal?
I think Vanjal will have two things. At one stage during this journey, he's obviously, he's 2,000 years old, he's a ghost elf. He's not the best at expressing his emotions. But at one stage he will stop with, Jamie has just left, but stop with Captain Mal. Just sort of have a moment with Captain Mal where he doesn't say much, but just sort of, after sort of staring creepily at Mal for a moment, just sort of say something along the lines of, "I am glad I ended up in your hands. Out of all the bearers of my blade, you are by far my favorite." And then just sort of float away.
It's unlikely
And
that
he will-
we shall be partners.
And he will worry is maybe the wrong word, but seeing as the seed is inside of Luak, and given Vangel's arcane knowledge, what's the likelihood of the seed having to stay inside or being violently ripped out of Luak to create this weapon we were promised? So that'll be on his mind as well as the journey. Obviously Luak, seems like a nice chap. He's gone through a lot. Hopefully, the weapon will not require further sacrifice, but that'll be on Vangel's mind.
Okay. What Rakir or Lawak?
Rakura will sort of rewind time slightly, and before that we left, he'll have hit the parts markets and bought a bunch of the little, components, useful materials that he would need to work on. So he's piled a huge amount inside the ship. So he'll be spending his time cataloging all of that, making sure it's stowed and ready for use.
Okay. And what about Lawak?
I think Luak, he kind of blew all his money, so he obviously needs some kind of a new cloak or something. So he's probably found some scraps aboard the ship or whatever, and he's repairing it himself. So sewing it back up or putting sort of a patch over where the hole was blown.
Okay. Nice.
Trying to make himself presentable to these shapers.
So with that, you guys, we see the Raskapi, depart Thadagar's docking station or port or whatever. Docking bay is the word I'm looking for. Make your way to the back of it where the trail of debris is going behind, and then with the blue light of the Starfinder activated, creates the actual gate. You see Pathfinder light up. The colors match the color of the gate, and then the guppy moves in. We cut to the guppy emerging from this, and then... Holy shit, do you have no power? I'd like everyone to kindly click on their... Now, here's the thing. Think of what station you would be at as you drop into real space, and you can use that as your... Let me just clear the initiative tracker here. Use that as your initiative tracker. So, like, for instance, if you're the pilot, you can use that as your skill for rolling initiative. So pick a skill, click on your token, pick a skill, and then go ahead and roll initiative. I'll leave it to you to judge what skills you use. Nope, someone attacked somebody.
Nope, okay.
Yeah, I don't think you can roll attack so that it goes into the initiative order, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's a drop down, though, for the initiative.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think I can select piloting, but I do want to do piloting.
No,
Yep.
I can't select.
So each of you, go ahead and roll whatever your thing is. I can add your token in, and then we can just add that on afterwards. Or you can add it in yourself. There you go. So go ahead and make your piloting check. Go ahead and make your attack check.
Okay, so I'll do my one more try at...
Net one.
There we go, 23.
I think that might become my hero point. They're my last hero point.
Okay. Oh, you'll get a hero point as well, too. There you go. 23. Holy shit, Rakir. You're going 25. My goodness. Okay. All right. So then you come out and hold on. I've got. Let's see here. That was the dwarf music. Here we go.
Now it's the all sorts of trouble music.
Yes. Oh, here we go. This is the trouble music first. So yeah, you and you find yourself falling into the atmosphere of what appears to be a dead world, matching the color of what you left behind on Zalazo. If you didn't know better, you'd think you were dropping into Zalazo. Captain Mal, the Rusguppy seems to be completely without power right now. What would you like to do?
Well, she wants to try to steer this thing towards any type of landing that we could survive.
Okay.
So maybe towards some type of descending terrain where she might be able to soften the landing in any way.
Why don't you give us, well, first, why don't you give us a piloting check?
Okay.
So and the difficulty is going to be, this is a hard one, so it'll be 20.
Okay.
Easy, 25. You've had worse things. So basically that's a save, which means you're taking half damage. The guppy takes 5 points of damage. Rakir, what are you doing?
In that case, I am good. Sorry, bear with me. Let me find my...
Oh, and the token for the guppy, you guys should all have control over it, I think.
We cannot edit the bars.
Oh, here we go. There you go. Everyone has control. Let me see if I've got the...
Yeah.
Okay, you should be able to control it now. Go. Sorry, James, go ahead. What are you doing?
I'm just... I will take one action to go to another to the engineering station.
Okay.
And then refresh shields.
Nice. Well, shields are only really useful against attacks.
Okay.
This is an uncontrolled entry into an atmosphere. So what are you thinking?
I will still go to the engineer station and I will aid another by getting extra power to the thrusters for our pilot.
Okay. So go ahead and give us, I think it's an craft check, right? Or craft or engineering? I don't remember which one.
Just...
Let's see here. Either is fine by me. Crafting 19. Okay. Ooh. So be you're one shot. You want to spend a hero point?
Oh yeah.
I think that's.
Now, did I just miss one? I think
you might have had. Yeah, 4:30.
did.
You got one more. 4:30 by time.
So let me try that one again. Sorry, my screen decided to switch off.
Yeah, no problem.
Let's try that one again.
Okay, perhaps this here. The guppy takes 9. Hey, 25 points of damage. Mal, you're like, okay, I got this under control, and then it blocks suddenly.
She'll still be screaming on the comms. I met the reverse thruster.
Luwak, what are you doing? Luwak, you're up next. What are you doing?
I mean, I don't think that Luwak knows anything about piloting a ship or anything like this. So,
what you can
I think
tell
that
is
what he's doing is.
let me just give you something you might be able to work with. When you travel through space, I mentioned like space is very hard to work magic. Not impossible, but there's a risk and it's more challenging. Here, it feels similar to how you felt when you were back on Zalazo, before you were exposed to that field and before you had the seed in you. But you can feel there's a pull from somewhere. What you could do is use like nature, or you could use perception to try and sense.
Well, the first thing he was going to do, the one thing he does know is that any really large unsecured item could be deadly. So what he's going to actually do is secure, tie down, try to secure any big loose things. Because if we're going to uncontrolled crash, the internal debris is what's going to hurt us.
Okay. So why don't you give us an athletics check then?
Yeah.
That's probably reflective of you muscling your way around.
Running around and trying to, like, you know.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
You want to hero point that?
Yep.
You got lots.
100%.
Okay.
I got tons. Turn that, and there we go. Oh, yeah, way better.
Yeah, amazing. So yeah, you definitely have everything secured for it. Lord Cavalier Van Gile, what are you thinking?
Hearing the sort of growling from the engineering room and the ship still sort of free falling, my thing is that the power source is often magic, essentially. It's a volcanocraft, right, for these ships.
It is the refined kind of magic.
conventional?
It's the outcome or the product of the Eldritch accumulators.
In which case, muttering to himself, they clearly don't build them like they used to anymore. I will also rush to the engineering room and just see if I can, because I have the electrical arc cantrip, if I can just sort of jumpstart / jury rig the engine somehow.
Sure, yeah. Give us an Arcana check. See if we can control the amount of power you're placing into this thing. Rakir's got soot across his face, except for where his goggles are. Amazing. So, Rakir, Van Gile seems to suddenly be next to you, and what do we see as you pour your arcane power into this engine?
I think it'll just be his hands would sort of crackle with lightning that seems almost sort of bleed out of him, and he sort of reaches into the engine, not caring about getting burned or anything necessarily, and then just sort of discharges the power into the engine in the hopes that it will restart it.
All right, so the whole thing jerks and kind of shakes to the side. Captain Mal, what are you doing next? One thing you can see, as you're getting deeper down into the atmosphere, there's nothing but, the same lifeless terrain you can see down below you, except for one bank of fog.
She wants to try to steer the ship then in that general direction and apply anything that she can to slow our pace and see if she can bring this thing to a stop.
It suddenly seems like the engine has jerked with more power once again. Why don't you give us a piloting check, please?
Okay. Try to
difficulty will be 20 once again.
Okay. Oh, I will use my last hero point for this. See if
Come on!
A lot of responsibility here. Okay.
There you go. So we'll see if you can just keep it in the air. Rakir, it seems that Van Gile's got this thing up and running once again.
I am going to try and do some repairs.
Nice. Okay.
So
it's a crafting check. It's like DC 20 to restore 2d8.
Now let me just check. If it's a DC 15, but I'll go for the 20 to get the extra 10.
Oh, got it. Yep. Okay. Go right ahead.
And we'll go again.
There you go. Sweet. So give us a 2d8 plus 10 roll. Come on. Nice. 19 points restored. Ruskeppy is looking much better now. Then, Lawak, what are you doing?
I think now that he sort of feel like he's got the stuff secure, now he's going to do what you were suggesting and sort of use nature to try and connect with the magic here.
Yeah, go ahead. Amazing. Oh, yeah. So you can feel the direction that Captain Mal is taking this. You were like, yes. And Mal, it seems as if the flying suddenly gets a lot more. It's almost as if the winds are as favorable as they possibly could be. Almost like it's picking up and pulling you in towards where this is. Lord Cavalier Van Gile, you are next.
I think now that the power has been restored and repairs are being made, Van Gile will worry about Kahane having caught up or obviously defensive mechanisms. So I know scanners are not super advanced.
Yep.
But he will try and just use the basic functions. See if there's any like battleships nearby or anything else that might have caused the power loss.
Why don't you give us a crafting check?
I shall hero point that.
Okay.
The fates have spoken.
But here's the thing: something's off, though. It's almost like there's a signal that is something is like fucking drowning out your sensors. It must be something very close as well. It is not unnatural. It is a natural signal that is overpowering your sensors. We cut to you guys coming down towards that bank of fog, and then poof, you break through it. And what you see is in the middle of this, on this dead world, there is a pristine lake surrounded by volcanoes. And in the center, which you can't see in the illustration, there is a large island. And from that island, there is a huge tree as tall as any of the surrounding volcanoes. And it seems to be ablaze. What do you guys do next? Captain Mal. The difficulty in flying has dropped down to a 14 now.
Okay. And the fire at this point, is the entire tree engulfed, or are we able to get close?
It seems as if it's burning, but it's giving off no smoke. And it doesn't seem to be surrounding anything. Like, the fire that is engulfing it, it's not consuming anything.
What do you make of this, Vangel? You seem to know a lot of things that are ahead of us.
You know, there's a bit of light in here. And if you look over, the light, the orange light in the cockpit is coming from Luwak's seed.
Think we have come to the right place. Can you land us somewhere? There should be shapers here.
I could try to get you close and see where we can put this.
Okay. It is a facile thing to land at this point. Rakir, would you give us an engineering check, please?
So crafting, right? Yep.
I think there's engineering lore is a separate one from you as well.
Oh, engineering law. Yes,
Yeah.
sorry, my bad.
There you go.
Oh, nice.
So you're going back, and you see that Vanjal in his rush to kind of get to the cockpit, he's left the sensors open, and you look and see like the fuck is, and with a little bit of like messing with the dials, there is a tracker, a interstellar beacon that someone has affixed. It must be on the Ruskapi. So if someone wanted to say, it'll take you a little time to track this thing down, but if someone was looking to navigate towards this is exactly the kind of thing that the dwarves use to allow you to gain access to the Comet communities.
We've been betrayed, boys.
And almost at that, you can, in space, what you would see several dozens of sovereign ships, including a Starfinder, a huge, massive ship whose only purpose is to open up portals back from here. So you guys are landing sort of safely at this. It's honestly like an actual dock down by the water. And what you see standing there are a bunch of... Let's see here. There are a bunch of those shapers. And they look like this. So you guys land. What happens on board? I guess Rakir, they've landed now. Luwak, your seed is glowing with the color of this burning tree in the background. what are the rest of you guys doing?
Vengel is swearing in formal Elvish. Supposedly no one understands him, but it's clearly certainly very inventive and heartfelt.
You're leaving the ship?
Is just Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was trying to figure out where you guys are. You're all sort of at different parts on the ship right now. Mal, Lawak, and Vangel, it sounds like, are on the bridge. Rakir has just figured out that there's this thing as you guys are landing. Well, I'll leave you. We don't need to go into like orderly thing. You guys can freeform sort of what's happening next here.
I'm just going to go for get back to my repairing of the ship.
Okay.
I'll just do a...
Okay.
Yep.
So you're starting. Do you give any further details about the tracker? You just said we've been.
Yeah, I've said I'll shout out. We've been betrayed. There's a tracker on the ship. But at this point,
I think Mal would
we
give
kind
the
of figured
order.
it out.
Let's find it. Let's find that tracker.
Okay.
And Vengel will help Luwak to get to the Shapers in that. He'll know what it means. If there's a tracker, that means there's incoming. He'll help Luwak just time to meet the family.
Okay. Yeah. So Lawak, you step out, and there's a collection of about probably about maybe 10 of them out there, and they all seem to look. They're very similar. They're dressed in the very primitive fashion, the one you can see here, and they all sort of talk back and forth and step forward. And Vengel, there's something very weird about them. There is an ageless quality to them, as there is with the elves. One steps forward and says in a accented Elven, "You brought the seed."
I motion for Luwak to step forward.
Yeah.
Yes.
He
we
does step forward. Yeah.
You are not Grodak.
No. And then I think he would like lift his repaired cloak up now and show that he has this in the seed.
They also gesture.
But he gave this to me.
You are not orc.
It's a word you don't know.
No. I don't think so.
You are
Ravani.
Ravani. You are orc blood.
He steps forward. Ravani is an elven word for wild one or wild beast. It is just the name that the Ravani have been given, and they sort of refer to themselves as that. He looks over at Vangel's ghost as he says that too.
That is a name they gave. You are orc blood, but weak. The tree may reject you.
What do you guys say?
What it is that you need me to do?
He looks over at the elf.
You pale one. You bring this here?
Yes. As was our agreement and our plan. And I have trust in this one. He has helped us get here against great adversity. He has sacrificed and lost much, and he was chosen by Gurak. He can do what needs done.
And you know what we will do? You bring... Your sovereignty will be at an end. Your twisted kind
We have ruled long enough.
We have ruled long enough. You live so long, but the sovereign sister lies to you. You, at one time, you were orc blood. What do you know of the Forgotten War?
Only what they have told us. It forged our great nation and all of that.
Great
we defeated you.
Nation. The war
books
was
say.
not with elves and our kind. We fought together. Your kind were taken by the Pale King, twisted and shaped to his end. His domain of the dead was no strength against our power. So he took our kind and made fleshly objects to face us. We freed your kind. We cast back the Pale King, and your sovereign betrayed and killed us. You are mutants. And you bring this here. You will decide if the tree accepts Lewak. You will decide if they live or if we burn them all. Come. He takes you, Lewak, to the burning tree. And as this is going on, you can kind of hear the screech of the starfighters beginning to come down in the atmosphere. And as they do... Where's the sovereign fighter? You can sense, Evangel, that, of course, Carcahane is somewhere up there. And where is it? I'm trying to tie a bow on this in time. There's the sovereignty fighters, guys. So, Rakir and Captain Mel, you guys are panicked trying to get, find where this thing is, but you can see that the sky is beginning to fill with these sovereignty fighters that are coming down, even in the blue skies here. As they're walking away, the Shaper turns to you, Vanjal, and says, "Will you come?"
I will help this one.
Then, what? As he turns, you can see that he turns to the other Shapers and says, "Deal with them," gesturing to the sky. And almost like as if they were just standing up, every one of them sort of leaps into the sky, transforms into a bizarre combination of like bat and eagle, and then soars up to try and fight these things, filling the sky with these transformed things. Every one of the Shapers a unique form as they go. Mal and Rakir, are you going to get the ship up in the air, or are you going to get this thing deactivated? What's your priority here?
I think. Yeah, go ahead, Rakir.
No, go ahead. Otherwise, I'll go ahead and try and deactivate this sucker.
I feel like we could. That Mal needs to continue to probably pilot the ship to some extent to avoid being a sitting target. But,
There's an explosion
and
near you as an arc
Rakir is
bomb goes
looking
off.
for so that would be probably
Okay.
our. Yep.
So you guys begin doing so as Loak is brought before the tree. So Loak, what you will need to do, let me get this shaper out of the way here. He's very big, but not that big. I'll put the things there. Loak, as you walked before this, you can feel the heat of this tree as if it was burning you itself. And he turns to you and says, You must burn what is not orc from you. And the tree will accept. If you fail, you die. And he gestures at the seed in your chest. And we fail. What do you do, Loak?
I think he just his thought is he actually sheds his cloak and his whatever, and is actually gonna fully naked head into the tree or whatever.
Tell us what's going through Loak's head as you're approaching this thing.
I think that what's going through his head is almost like peace, this just, it sort of feels right to him. It doesn't feel, as strange as it is and all otherworldly. It's almost sort of like he feels like he's been drawn to this tree for some time, and so it's, he's almost calm and not really too emotional about it.
Okay. Do you expect to live?
He doesn't know. He doesn't know what it means to kill half of himself. Whether that takes all of him or leaves him as something new.
Okay.
He's not really sure. But I think either way, he's sort of at peace with that.
Okay. So what you can see, Vangelis, as he's walking in, is that he's beginning to catch fire. The heat of this blazing tree is beginning to catch fire to him as he walks across the water, getting in. Captain Mal and Rakir, you've got the ship in orbit, or not in orbit, but in the air at least, and you're sort of flying through this mass of things. What you can see is that one of the Sovereignty battleships is getting low in the sky. And if you happen to tune in once again to their networks, what you can hear is prepare for terminal bloom. And they appear to be trying to position themselves over the tree. What would you guys do?
We need to probably maneuver the ship in a way to try to distract from that attack. So I don't know if I could turn the guppy to almost charge them.
Okay.
So that, yeah.
So it's heading directly towards them. Mm-hmm. Rakir, what are you doing?
I think at this point I'm just going to jump in the co-pilot's seat, and that's all I've...
Well, after the loss of Atheron, you guys have been sort of, you've almost been dead folks walking as it was. So if what your intent is to ram this thing, then perhaps that makes sense, to doing it side by side. So you're heading in. And Vangile, you hear a voice whisper in your ear. And you don't remember hearing it before, but somehow you've heard it for thousands of years. Take it. Take it. You can feel yourself suffused with a cold power. It's a voice reaching across vengeance from 10,000 years ago.
Given all Vengel has just learned, he will partly agree with the voice in that he will sort of, if there's sort of power flooding into him, he will take that power, but then if he'll try and use it to actually protect Luak or help Luak.
Oh, the cold! Yeah, love it.
Channel it into Luak so that Luak can do the burning without his essence being burned. So, like,
you can hear it from in your voice, but by reaching out with it, Luak, there's a moment when you realize you're going to die. You are burning, and it's too much. You can feel your eyes are beginning to, like, the aqueous humor in them is about to pop. Yeah. And then you can feel Lord Cavalier Vangel. What does he feel?
At first it'll be just, you know, the heat diminishing, and then this very, very deep cold, like the cold of the grave, wrapping around him.
Yeah.
But then after a while, within that cold, within that sort of endless, almost dark, there is sort of almost like a mantle draped around his shoulders as Vangel sort of in ghost form. And Vangel, this is the culmination of his plans. If his form finally, you know, finished business, but he'll sort of wrap himself around Luak and sort of protect him from and use that power that he's just been granted.
You can make it. It's another 100 steps until you reach the tree. You feel you can make it now, and there is a seat, almost a throne, in front of it. Luak, you're not walking alone any longer. What do you do?
I actually think that he would actually start picking up speed and not just walking, but like actually like running there. Yeah.
Okay. Then, as you are running towards, do you transform at all?
Yeah, you know, like, but like instead of to like an animal or whatever, maybe he would actually try to sort of shape change and make himself look like the orcs, the full orcs.
Oh, nice!
He saw. Yeah.
And there's a shifting between orc and elf and Ravani that's happening as you're sort of moving along. In the air, Captain Mal and Rakir. Captain Mal, you're gonna have some fancy flying here. There are tons of sovereignty starfighters coming in on you, and Rakir, it looks like one of the cannons from the battleship are beginning to train on you guys. So why don't Captain Mal tell us what fancy maneuvers you're going to get out of the way, and Rakir, there's some torpedoes that need firing here.
Yeah.
So, I think Mal is trying to, knowing where the engine room is on the other ships, I imagine she is trying to kind of target that area and see what she can do to change course for their ship. So she will pilot herself in that direction.
Go ahead and give us a piloting check. Oh. All right, well, you know, we're over time right now. You get a hero point.
All right.
Everyone gets a hero point. There you go. Holy shit. What does it look like as you weave through hundreds of these sovereignty fighters?
I think again, you know, she just has this knack of getting the ship to sort of almost wobble as she's flying it forward, and uses that wobble to strike these ships in just a subtle enough way to set them off course.
Yeah, the one problem with their construction is those delicate petal-like wings. They sure don't hold up to the way like a flying wedge like their guppy does. Rakir, what are you doing?
I'll get the torpedoes ready, and I will launch those bad boys.
Okay. Oh, that's awful.
Let's try that one again.
Okay. Give us a 1d4 roll. That'll just be how long before you can fire again. That'll also be how many shots I get on you. Only one round. Take 10 points of damage on the guppy, then give us a second attack, please.
Okay. Got it.
Oh yeah, you've already done the 10.
I got it.
Okay.
And let's try again.
Go. Ew, 19's pretty good. You want to spend a hero point?
Why not?
Ah, shit! Don't listen to Madison, he lies. Okay, so then, yeah, this one thing goes off. Give us another D4 roll. Only 10 more damage.
At least I can roll that.
And give us, why don't you, Mallory, give us another piloting check? Yeah.
That's all she's got.
Okay. That is another 12 damage
Okay.
on the guppy. And then Rakir, make this one count. Oh, jeepers. You want to hero point that? Or you're out of hero points?
I'm out of hero points.
Give us a D4
Can
roll.
I do anything on my shields?
Yes. We're assuming this is sort of going on at the same time. So give us a D4 roll. You just need to get a 20 or higher, and then you're going to get a hit on them. Hey, Goober. Oh, man. 40 points of damage on the guppy as you're waiting for this thing to reload.
Goodness.
I think the torpedo loader gets damaged at one point, and you have to, like, you know, kind of repair that, and then you get your shot off again.
Then I'll say, Rakir, you take the torpedoes. I'm going for a repair, so I'll jump out the seat and go for a repair to the ship.
Okay. Give us a quick...
Is that engineering or crafting?
That is either, I think, is fine at this point. And Mal, why don't you give us a piloting check and an attack roll? Holy shit! So that's 2d... I'm assuming you're going for the 2d8 plus 10?
Yep, I'm just...
And you'll get plus 2 to hit from that as well, too, from the positioning.
Would it be pilot's weapons for the attack roll?
I think... Yes, it is. Yes.
Okay.
Oh, god damn. Plus 2 is 19. One shy. You guys are
One shy.
dancing on the edge of that. Give us a 1d4 roll. Oh, this is a bad one. Oh. Make that d4 roll low. Oh, fuck. That is, let's see here, 40, 68 damage. So the shields will be the thing that save you. You have 3 left. The shields are gone. Fire is streaming out of the guppy.
I will do another repair roll then.
Okay, give us a repair roll, and then Mal, go ahead and give us an attack roll. There you go! Solid hit! And repair's done. Nice. So we'll cut back to Lawak. Lawak, what do we see as you race up and take your seat and the tree? What are you looking like?
I mean, I think he's
nice.
Maybe it's sort of solidified at this point that he has sort of like taken this orc form.
Yeah.
And his his muscles are rippling, and he sort of sits down, and maybe even a smile on his face at this point.
Okay, so you sit down with a smile, and then as you sit, it's like flash paper hitting a flame, and your whole body is completely consumed. End of session. Great, right, guys?
Yeah, beautiful.
But then in that blackness, Lawak, you were standing there, and there is the only other thing in this darkness is a fiery version of Uncle Duak. And he has a look of confusion on his face. And he says, "You are not orc."
No. And maybe I'll go back to my Havrani form at that point.
Okay. You have come to wake the phoenix.
I suppose so.
Then, do we give birth or do we give death? And at that, you see, we cut outside and we see the battleship exploding from where you guys shot that thing, and it's going down. But you do see that thing dropping down that you saw fall into Zellico, down towards the tree. Their last desperate act was to cast that down. Vanjal, you can see this from the ground as well, looking up. Lawak, I guess first off, do any of you guys do anything? The guppy's holding it together, but only barely. And Vanjal, you were on the ground.
Given the power I've just been gifted and sort of having an idea of what this does, is there any way that I can, and that sacrificing my essence, block it or divert it or so shield the tree from the...
Yeah, you could definitely. Yeah. So you reach out. I mean, you've got the legacy of thousands of years of life before you died on top of this. And I think... yeah, what does it look like, do you think, as this thing is being arrested in flight as it's going down?
I think it'll be Vengel sort of once again sort of wavering out of existence and then appearing, although he cannot normally leave the ground, appearing sort of under it, and with his the finest blade that Elfdom ever crafted, just sort of slicing into it, and then just giving all of the power, drawing on that whispering voice, and is sort of like, you gave me this power, I'm going to use it against you. Okay. And then just pouring it all into this just to stop it.
So it is stalling. Captain Mal and Rakir, you can see this impossibly. Lord Cavalier Vengel standing underneath this thing, seeming to slow it.
Mal has she has the comms that allow her to hear these other ships, right?
Yeah.
And I assume she's still hearing them actively giving commands.
You can hear Carcahane's voice saying, "Fire! Fire! Fire on him!" And the ships that are drifting down into the atmosphere are beginning to train their guns on Vanjal.
So I think Captain Mal will, if she's able to communicate back on that same channel, she is going to attempt to give sort of a performance as if she were a part of the command unit of the sovereignty, and she's going to give an order to pull up and to chase the guppy and use the guppy as bait here.
Give us a deception check. That sounds awesome.
She will try that.
That 17. Seems good enough to wait. What? At least half of them are. You. What do we see with the guppy as it's jerking around? I think Rakir, you hear this over the intercom as you're in the engineering. And you're like, wait, what?
I think with the guppy again, it's just this familiar wobble that looks like almost like a fish, kind of wobbling through the air, and is trying to draw them in really an alternate direction, so they're turning weapons away from them.
Okay, we cut back to this blackness with the walk and the Phoenix.
Yeah, and I think what he says is, this day we bring death.
You see, there's a grin, like a feral grin that comes on his face, and then says, "Yes." And what you know, because you are part of this thing now, what this will do is destroy every eldritch accumulator in the entire sovereignty.
Wow.
That will bring magic back to 1,000,000 worlds.
Yeah.
That will also prevent the construction of any further of the fuel that drives space travel, blasters, all that other kind of stuff. The other option, rebirth, would bring life back to Yikmar. The reason this place is hidden,
that, but yeah,
it was, you know, that the Shapers used basically all of the life on their planet to hide it, to shift it through space. So, do you destroy the Sovereignty's Eldritch Accumulators, or do you bring rebirth back to the Orcish homeworld?
yeah, I think that stopping the elves is more important on this day.
So what you see is your Uncle Duek once again says, "Then they burn," and you can see that he basically takes your hand and then explodes into flame. Your body is once again flayed apart. For those of you watching the tree, it flares up, encompassing the thing that was falling down, and then vaguely forms a bird-like shape before casting itself up, torching the ships that are in the way until it reaches the Starfinder, the ship that would be used to navigate back and from. It plunges into the Starfinder, and across 1,000,000 worlds, we see 1,000,000 Eldritch Accumulators detonate, all forming the same distinctive flame, and somehow not killing anyone outside of it. They collapse themselves in, bringing an end to the reach of the elves, at least the Eldritch Accumulators. What happens next is a little anticlimactic. So you can picture the detonations across each of the things. The tree itself suddenly collapses in and effectively disappears, leaving you guys standing, or the ships, at least the Shapers, standing on the shores of this now empty island on a lake surrounded by volcanoes. And as the mist clears, we see a naked Luwak walk out. And a phoenix is a dual creature. It must do both, give birth and destroy. It's in its nature. And Vanjile, what do we see walk out? Is it an undead elf, a ghost elf? Is it a living elf? Or is it an orc?
I think it will be a living elf.
Okay.
While Vangel obviously has learned a lot that was hidden from him, and it's still difficult to sort of shed, especially if you spend the last of 2,000 years of your 8,000-year-old form as a ghost to then complete. So I think it'll be a living elf, but possibly an elf whose lifespan is no longer measured in infinity.
Interesting.
But one that's, whilst living long, will eventually pass on.
Okay. So I think we end our session, guys, which has gone well over here, with the guppy. It is once again on the ground, and we can see probably Rakir and Petalhead doing last-minute repairs on this thing on the outside, drawn from some of the scrap that was, what do you call it, that came from the ships that fell. Tell us where everyone's head is at and what their plan is. Because I can tell you that there is someone who is here who is ready to take you home. Vangel, do you truly think that your son would ever leave you abandoned? A dwarvish starfinder arrived about 2 days after the last fight with the Sovereignty's soldiers.
In which case, I think for Vangel, during those 2 days, he would have just spent a lot of time just standing on the shore of this lake and just feeling things again, like a breeze on his skin, a dip in the lake, which for sort of 2,000 years he has not had. And then when Urian arrives, he'll do something he has also not done in as long as he will hug him and actually have sort of a physical hug with someone.
Okay. Rakir?
Rakir is just keeping himself busy with what his comfort zone, which is keeping the guppy pimped up and repaired and back to proper shipshape fashion.
Okay.
But be glad to be heading back to something a bit more mundane.
Okay. Captain Mel?
Oh, I think that she's feeling a sense of relief that she is no longer going to be indebted, at least from her perspective, to the Twin Crowns. She may also be kind of scanning about, looking at these other ships that have been left behind to see if there's a one that's in a condition that we could use potentially to upgrade from the Guppy. Although she feels very grateful for the Guppy. She looks at this as her opportunity to become a legitimate captain of a larger vessel if she could find one.
Okay. Yeah. And yeah, Rakir's, that seems to be an open question amongst the crew.
We are going to have words, Captain.
And then finally, Luwak.
I think that Luwak probably spent a bit of time with the orcs, maybe learning a bit more about I think that he'd like to request to leave again with Captain Mallory, because there seems to be a million new worlds worth looking into, exploring in the universe, and this place maybe feels less like home than he thought it would, because he didn't find Hervani. He found orcs, which are, related to him, but not in the same way that he was expecting to find a place that felt like home. So he feels like he's still going to have to search for that.
So there's two things that have come in on the news since. One is that in the Heart Worlds, in spite of the power of the Phoenix and the millions of worlds that have been freed, the Heart Worlds had some kind of defense. So the Eldritch Accumulators are able to were functioning there still, although the elves generally don't like that. So they still have sources of power in there. And there's one other secret that the Shapers leave you with, Luwak. The way that the alliance between the orcs and those shaped by the Pale King was forged was between a brother who recognized his misshapen sister. The brother Shaper recognized what the Pale King had done to his sister. And after their victory over the Pale King's forces, they forged the sovereignty with two brothers, a brother or two siblings, a brother and a sister. The sister sovereign, an elf, and her horribly injured brother, who has served as the heart of it. Hence the twin crowns. They don't know what has happened to the brother. He is said to be the heart of the sovereignty and the true power. The sister sovereign is the only one that has ever been seen in public, as far as any of you are known. And if the brother is freed, then perhaps that may rob her of her power as well.
Interesting.
So, Luwak, I'll leave it to you. You were the first we saw in this adventure. What's the last thing we see as you guys get aboard or go back aboard the Guppy? Uncertain whether you can hear Captain Mal and Rakir arguing over whether to change ships or not.
Yeah. I actually think that it's like it's sort of like a callback to, like, you just see him looking out the window and back in a place where he's like free to sort of daydream, and you know, his mind is wandering the way it used to.
Yeah.
When he was sort of happy with his uncle there in their little mining life.
What do you have in your quarters? That's where we started. We might as well end there.
It's actually probably very similar to the description of the first one. It's like, you know, not that great of a room, not that big of a space, but maybe he's got some, you know, either a little creature or a little plant or something that he's got from here, some little piece of life that he's brought into his quarters.
Okay. So you see that, and these, I think you find now you are able to speak to them. I think you always knew that you could, but now you're actually able to speak to all of them. And with you lying down on the bed, wide awake, we will end our session. The Stellar Revolt, the history of victors. So, for those listening at home, thank you so much for joining us for this charity one-shot. This has been an enormous amount of fun to prep this session for you guys. I know we did a very much rushed ending through that. I didn't get an opportunity to let you guys do the starfighting and whatnot too. But first, I will say I'll do a reverse, a huge, huge thank you to our stalwart players. So Jamie, Jeff, James, and David, thank you so much for playing today, guys. I had so much fun writing this and so much fun running this as well.
This was awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So then, for those listening at home, again, this charity session has been made possible by the kind donors to our Heroes Save Villages campaign. It benefits the SOS Children's Villages International Charity. If you have not done so far, or if you would like to make any donations further, please feel free to follow the link down below. All donations go directly to them. And our... let's see here. For every $25 Canadian that you donate, you'll get one chance to win the grand prize or one of the other great prizes in our next charity raffle. Our next charity session will be in about a month's time, and we'll be allowing donors to have a lot more control over that particular session. And it should be a lot of fun. And there will be a lot of brain-eating zombies in it. That's the only thing I can guarantee. So if you are interested in having a say in that, feel free to, and to winning some cool gaming stuff, go over there. I'll just quickly end with another huge thank you to our stalwart players. So Jamie, Jeff, James, and Dave, thank you so much for playing today, guys. There was a lot of work that was required of the players ahead of time to learn what their different backstories were. So thanks, guys, for doing such a great job of bringing it all together. I couldn't have wanted the session to go any better than than it rolled out. So thanks, guys.
Oh, thank you.
Stellar role playing.
This was great.
Awesome. All right, then. So for those listening at home, we'll be back again soon. Tomorrow. We'll play some more Pathfinder 2nd Edition tomorrow, back in the Spires of Paradar. But until then, we hope that we gave you a couple of hours to take your mind off of the troubles of our world and think about the troubles that our heroes are overthrowing in the galaxy of the sovereignty. And until we see you again, stay safe, stay healthy, and happy gaming.
Bye-bye.